5 o'clock. Mayor, would you like to call the meeting to order?
Yes, let's do
Okay.
something in bang. I will call the meeting to order. You want to,
Yes, calling the regular meeting of November 19th, 2024 to order, and we will note that all council members are present. Do we have a motion to recess to close session?
so moved. Second. Without objection.
Thank you. Yep.
We're going to call the meeting to order. Have a seat. All right. Let's get going.
Calling the regular meeting of November 19th, 2024 to order. And we will begin with an invocation by Assistant Pastor Matt Levchick with Calvary Chapel, San Clemente. And if you could remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
We're going to. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance first, right?
No,
No,
invocation
invocation first. Okay.
Invocation first, okay. I just want to start with just reading from the scriptures. We have the last two verses of Psalm 90. And in verse 16, it says, let us, your servants, see you work again. Let our children see your glory. And may the Lord our God show us his approval and make our efforts successful. Yes, make our efforts successful. And let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you. We thank you for this great city that we get to call home. Lord, we thank you for each person here. We thank you for each person in our city that makes this city great. So, Lord, give each one here wisdom as they make decisions that affect the city and make it better. So, Lord, we thank you. We thank you for this work. Give each of us wisdom again. We thank you. We love you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. All right. Turn and face the flag. Put your hand over your heart. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Thank you, Pastor, for that wonderful remarks.
And noting that all council members are present, beginning with council member reports.
All right. Anybody want to begin on the reports? No?
Sure, I'll just get started here. Yeah, I'll just try and go through these quickly because we got a long agenda here. But had the opportunity to go to the Cal Cities conference up in Long Beach. I had the opportunity to go to the Cal Cities conference up in Long Beach, and while there was on the panel for discussion on the Coastal Leadership Committee, and had some great conversations about the state laws and what they're doing in terms of the Coastal Commission. I had an opportunity to be at the Red Ribbon Week Parade. And I wanted to special shout out to Captain Jay Christian, who I took away his moment there on accident, and I apologize for that, but it was a great event, and it was fun to see all those kids there making the pledge to be drug-free and lead healthy lifestyles. Also at the great ceremony at the Veterans Day ceremony, thank you to the SC Rotary for putting that together on that Saturday before Veterans Day. It was a wonderful event. And also thank you to the fishermen's for hosting lunch for several of our Marines there. And then just this last weekend, going to the OC Outlets tree lighting celebration. That was a wonderful event. So with that, I'll pass it on.
All right.
Sure. And yeah, tree lighting, veterans was a great thing. Shout out to Wayne Eggleston on the Veterans Day at Park Semper Fi. Also, Red Ribbon Week, good job on emceeing that. Also, after the event there, I was actually going to give Captain Christian a ride back to his car because he didn't want to hike all the way back to Linda Lane. And there was a person on Del Mar, on Del Mar who didn't just say no, and deputies responded and did everything they possibly could to coax the person into settling down, and he wasn't having any of it, and actually attacked one of the deputies. And I just want to say that deputies responded professionally, took him into custody in a nonviolent manner, and I'm sure took him and transported him, got him help. Just a shout out to those deputies. Also, police-related, Maxbury Park area, a couple of weeks ago, the anti-gang unit was working there again and encountered several people in Maxbury Park that were suspicious. After an investigation, the weapons were recovered, and I believe some arrests were made. And so I just want to let residents know that the OCSD is proactive in countering crime. And just a shout out to the deputies, and that's it.
Yeah, the items that I attended have been mentioned, so no need to repeat them. Great activities this month.
I had the opportunity to go to the Triton's football team's playoff game last Friday. We won our first playoff game, I think, for the first time, I think, in 5 years or maybe longer. And then we ran up against an undefeated team last Friday. But, you know, on a chilly night for San Clemente, the Tritons showed that our motto, one town, one team, you know, is still incredibly important. Made us proud. Battled to the end and had a great season. And again, without a team that was touted to maybe be one of the best, they pulled together like this town does, frankly, and got stuff done together and had a wonderful season. So really proud of our team and how they represent San Clemente, all those kids at the high school, at San Clemente High School. I also attended the Deputy of the Year and Firefighter of the Year. Mayor, you're probably going to talk about that.
No, I'm actually going to reserve all my time to next
Okay.
meeting.
Well, then I would say, yeah, today went to Deputy of the Year, Firefighter of the Year. Of course, public safety, incredibly important to our city, something that I personally hold very important as well as a dad of kids in town. So it was awesome to honor our Firefighter of the Year, local San Clemente firefighter and local San Clemente Deputy Sheriff. Chief Christian was there, Shane Mall from Fire, and always fun for the Exchange Club to honor those that are putting their lives on the line for all of us and making sure that they understand that San Clemente is behind them and supports them 100%. So it was wonderful to be able to honor them today at lunch as well. If you haven't been to one of those, put that on the calendar for next year. It's pretty cool. Their families come, and the families, like so many of us, are the ones who really give behind the scenes. And so they got to be honored today, and their kids and their spouses and all of that. So you know, again, really special that San Clemente and the Exchange Club puts that on, and honored to be there on behalf of the city. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm going to take my 3 minutes. Everything I'm going to report out next week. And why don't you come down there? We have something for you here. It's not on the agenda, so I'm doing it during my council report. Reporting on...
Point of order. I don't know if we're allowed to do this, City Attorney.
Well,
He's got his 3 minutes. He can use it any way he wants.
and I understand that you have family here, and so, you know, for these 3 minutes, I'm gonna take those 3 minutes of mine and thank you on behalf of the city of San Clemente for your extraordinary service. Thank you for being a member of the city council. We have our official tile. And I know you have some family here that were only here this week, so I wanted to do this week, but we could do it again next week, put it on the calendar, but since that we're here, I just wanted to give that to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Cabral. I'll say a few words, and I hope to not go beyond your 3 minutes. I really appreciate you doing that. This is beautiful. And thank you to the rest of the council here for being here. I have to thank my wife, Haley, my daughter, Brooklyn, daughter, Olivia, son, Rico, my mom, Maureen, then my father-in-law, Scott, so many others who are here supporting me tonight. I won't say too much. Obviously, I'm kind of an emotional guy, so I'm getting choked up already, and I think it's really the mountain biking that got me going, though, guys. I'll say that, well, I'll start off with something that our city attorney and city manager say. It's a pleasure to serve this city. It really has been my pleasure. You know, it's an amazing place, best place I've ever lived. I've lived in a lot of places, and I'm incredibly grateful for the chance to represent all you. I think the mayor said it today that what makes San Clemente great is the people. It's all you out there, right? Like we have the makings of a beautiful place, but
the way that we deliver it into the best beach town in the world is through the people who have fought for 100 years now to keep it this beautiful city, right? Like, to not let it go like so many other cities have gone, right? And to maintain it as a place that is not only the surfing capital of the world, great place to raise a family, great place to be a firefighter. I think we have more per capita in our city than any other. A great place to enjoy yourself and to get back to the basics, right? That historical small town feel we have, that doesn't just happen. We had to fight for that, right, George? We have to fight for that every day. And we've done that. I see Louise nodding over there. I'm proud that when I came into the city, there was a little bit of a chaotic situation in our town. And one of the things I'm proudest of is bringing us back to professionalism and focused on city issues. During my time as mayor, we faced many challenges, bluff failures, landslides. I'm really proud that we pulled together as a city. We set aside all differences and we said, we're gonna get through this together. We saved Casa Romanica, we saved our beaches. Thanks to $10 million from Congressman Levin and hiring a great coastal administrator, I should say, Andy Hall, best city manager we've ever had, of course. And together with the residents, the staff has partnered with us at the city council and the residents to protect the city and make it this beautiful, wonderful place we have, right? So, I mean, if there's one thing I'm grateful for more than any other, it's doing everything I always could to, especially in times of difficulty, right, in these divisive times, to talk about the things we have in common, right? For everybody, no matter what the difference is we're going to talk about today, it's the love of this town. As a dad of young kids, it's worth fighting for. You know, I'm heading off into my unelected life, so I was hanging out with the firefighters today at the Firefighter of the Year and Deputy of the Year, and you know, I'm on the Fire Authority board as well, right? So I'm talking to my wife, and I'm saying, you know, these firefighters really have it going, right? They're talking about how sexy they are and everything today. So I'm trying to embody that, right? So I started growing the beard and so working on the mustache. She said, well, I was thinking more about the abs than the mustache. So I got a little more work to do on that one, a little more free time to do it. But, you know, for everybody out there, for the folks who have come to support us, for the folks for the many more folks who have come to criticize us and give us advice, all of you helped add to the fabric of this city. Every discussion we've had, every comment that's been made moves the ball further because that kind of discussion, sometimes hard, is what makes our city this incredible place, right? We don't just go along to go along. We're always working to make us better. We're always listening to people who have different opinions, and we're finding that common ground where we can move together to make sure that this city stays this incredible, beautiful city, not just for next year and the next year after that, but for forever, for our future generations. So again, incredibly honored to have so many folks who have come tonight, especially my family, of course, but all my other supporters and my critics. Hopefully I'll hear from you too. Don't stop now. And so many others who are here for all these other key issues, right? Other cities don't have this. They've got complacent people who don't care. We care. We care. So I know you'll keep caring. I know the council will keep fighting for us. If they don't, I'll come and make a comment and make sure that we get back on track and focus on city issues. But again, just filled with an incredible level of gratitude for the ability, the opportunity to step up here and represent you all and hopefully make decisions that are in the best interest of all of you and this city, and having an incredible staff, best city staff of any city in Orange County, to make it all happen for all of us. So again, thank you all. I've now expended my time by several minutes, and I want to make sure we move on and have a great meeting. Thank you all.
Get your family up here.
Yeah, we'll do one here and then we'll. All right.
You want your family?
Come on. Get up here.
Get the yeah, get it.
Mom?
Go ahead.
Go this side. Got room over here.
Let's balance this out. All right, let's, first item on the agenda.
First item on the agenda is oral communications. I'll call the first three speakers, and if you could come up, there's also some seats up here in the front reserved for speakers, so when I call your name, you can also take a seat there. Maureen Duncan, followed by Bradley Zeminski, followed by Lisa Veraster, followed by Lois McNichol. Maureen?
You don't have to use your full 3 minutes.
Right at the, give us details.
Okay.
The other way, the other way.
This way, facing us.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, as the mom, I'm a little prejudiced, of course, to talk about Chris. You know, he's been a great person his whole life. I've known him longer than anybody else here. And you've had him for 4 years. Very fortunate to have him as a public servant in this city. So I think of Chris. Chris and I have talked about this. So you all know President Theodore Roosevelt, right? And so he had this wonderful speech. Some of you may know about it. It's called The Man in the Arena. Anybody heard about it? Yeah. Okay, so to me, this epitomizes Chris. So it's short. These are the words of Theodore Roosevelt. It is not the critic who counts, nor the man who points out how strong men stumble, nor where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who actually is in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcomings, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly. So that is his place. So that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mom.
Bradley Zeminski, followed by Linda Barrister, followed by Lois McNichol. Bradley.
That's a tough act to follow. My name's Bradley Zeminski. I'm a resident of San Clemente, and I'm also just going to take some time to thank Chris for his service to our city. And this is actually my first city council meeting I've ever attended, and wanted to make sure I got one in before Chris left office, because I've had the opportunity to get to know him a little bit better over these past few months and work with him. And I have come to find out how lucky I have been to have him serving on our city council. And I know him as a man of high esteem and excellent morals, and I know how deeply he cares about this city as well. And we are really the ones who are the benefit of his time on the council. And he's mentioned a few of the great things he's done. In addition to those, I know he helped protect, choice in our city, which was very important to me. And I know how much he loves his family as well, and I'm very glad that they're here for him as well, and glad to have gotten to know them a little bit better as well. So, I just wanted to thank Chris for his time serving our city, and I know that he will continue to be the man in the arena and serve his community one way or another, whether it's from the dais or not. So thank you again, and look forward to seeing what you do in the future.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Linda Veraster, and I'm also here to thank Chris Duncan for his incredible service to our city. There are very few elected offices where you are immediately face-to-face with your constituents, and city council, school board, those are two of the most difficult positions where you need to be accessible and available to your constituents at all times, and sometimes at great personal cost. And I am so grateful for Chris's leadership as mayor, as a city council member, and just knowing that if there is ever an emergency in our city, he will be there and he will do his utmost, probably at great personal cost, to make sure that all of that is handled in the best way possible for our city. I wish you well, and I'm very grateful for your service, particularly on the OCFA Board of Directors, near and dear to my heart. And I can't wait to see what you do in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Lois McNichol, followed by Cameron Cosgrove, followed by Angela Watts. Lois?
Lois.
I do have one favorite thing I'd like to say about Chris, and that is he went to that one coastal meeting and stated no more boulders on the beach. Thank you, Chris Duncan, for that. And I didn't hear anybody else say that, just you. So, however, today I am here to praise not us, but the San Juan Capistrano residents who en masse went to a planning commission meeting to tell their city council, the planning commission, that they did not want high-density housing on Camino Capistrano, close to Del Obispo, and that it was going to cause all kinds of issues with fire, with safety, with traffic, and all of them came out there, and they were very well spoken. They had lawyers, they had people from the safety group up there. They had residents. One man stood there for 2 hours waiting to speak with his kids. And the last thing he said when he left was, "I am grateful for my 2 children who were so quiet and let me speak today." So that is one I remember. The reason I am stating this, and I was going to anyway, but I noticed that it is also on our agenda tonight, about high-density housing. Please don't call it affordable housing or any other nonsense you want to call it, because that's not what it is. So let's just call it what it is. It's high density. And I really am against that, but I was so very, very proud of our nearby residents who went up there and made themselves heard, and they didn't wait for the city council meeting. They did at the planning commission.
Thank you. I'll only remind people, if you're going to speak about an issue on the agenda, wait until the agenda item is up.
Cameron Cosgrove, followed by Angela Watts, followed by Jennifer Massey and Louise Herbert.
Hello. I want to talk a little bit about Measure BB. We just had the election, and I want to thank everybody that worked on that campaign and everyone who voted for it. Your hard work really was a testament to the vision that we all shared in the campaign, which was to preserve and restore our beaches. And we did fall short of the required supermajority of 66.75%. We achieved 64.5%. We had over 23,000 yes votes, and I think that is successful. I think it's a powerful testimony to how deeply this community cares. And this campaign, I just want to also say, was really not about just passing a measure. It was about bringing people together. It was about uniting us for one thing: our beaches, our community, and that love that we have for San Clemente. And I want to recognize everybody that participated, pro or con, thank you. To all the volunteers, Mr. Mayor, who came with me to all the service events and spoke, and all the residents who contributed their time and energy, whether it was a yard sign or passing out information or just simply telling a friend. Your contributions did make a difference. So this is not the end of the story. Really, it's just the beginning, because what we have now is a foundation of a community that's ready to take action to preserve their coastal community, their coastal economy, and this will continue. So I remain committed to work with everybody to move us forward to preserve our beaches. And in closing, as a friend of Councilmember Duncan, I also want to thank you, sir. I remember meeting you on Del Mar when you were running, and your dedication to San Clemente cannot be denied. Your enthusiasm can never be doubted. Your willingness to listen and engage always impressed me. So, thank you. And Haley, thank you to allowing us to have your husband for 4 years. It was quite a sacrifice that the family had to make as well. Thank you, sir, and good night.
Thank you.
Angela Watts, followed by Jennifer Massey, followed by Louise Herbert.
Going to make this short and sweet. I'm here to also thank Chris Duncan for your service here of San Clemente. I know it's not easy being in your seats, but Chris, you have given so much to the city. I feel lucky as a citizen here to have gotten to know you, especially over the last 2 years when we had issues at Las Palmas and Maxburg Park. You were there, you were the first person to respond, you helped set up meetings, you helped get things done, and then getting to know you and your family over the past few years, it's been incredible to see your service. And not only just how much you care, you actually are a really good human being, and you don't get that a lot. You are kind and you care, and I can't wait to see what else you do, because I know today or this next few weeks is not it for you. So thank you, and see you soon.
Thank you. Next speaker is
Jennifer Massey, she's walking up, followed by Louise Herbert, followed by Bill Krutinger.
Good evening, you wonderful people we love so much, for all your dedication and time you spend for us. I'm also known as Jiffy, and I'm also the e-bike terror. But anyway, I've lived here since 1980. I've been to a number of city council meetings over the years. And Chris, you're a standout. You will never be forgotten. You will always be remembered. Gently, kindly, wisely, wonderfully, happily. We are so sad you're leaving us. We thank you for your giving so much of your life to us, citizens of the great city of San Clemente. We're just so very disappointed you aren't going to be representing us in the assembly. You and your dear family work so hard, and we have them. We thank them and we love them for their hard work supporting you. And you're all a beautiful family, which is the greatest treasure in life. So just enjoy what you've produced. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Louise Herbert, followed by Bill Krutinger, followed by Amanda Q.
Well, Chris, can't believe that this is one of your last nights here. I, too, am a long resident of San Clemente, over 41 years, and I spent many times sitting in council meetings and wondering when the chaos would stop. I'm so glad that we met out on the farmer's market one Sunday. And from there, a friendship was grown, as well as a respectful relationship. You have done so much for this city. with your heart, your mind, your soul, everything on the line. You've never, ever put that behind. It's out there, raw, and that's who you are, and that's why so much has been accomplished by you. Even with the smoke and mirrors that came into this council chambers by other people, you've helped kick your way through it and get us back on track to deal with the things that we can deal with from council and not be distracted by other stuff. You have been one of the very few council members I've ever met who is accessible, right there. Call up, email, text, and maybe sometimes you didn't want to have to respond to mine, but I so appreciate that. Ron and I are so proud of everything that you brought forth, that you created for the betterment of our community with the support of others on the council. But the type of heart you have in this is rare because it puts you out for being, criticized. And gosh knows this town has a whole lot of them. Me at times as well, for other people. But you've been a wonderful, dedicated council member, community member, father, husband, and friend. And I truly appreciate it, as does Ron. And on behalf of Annette Sanders, I would like to give you her box of last cookies.
You could leave it to with the clerk here. Well, here, we've got a sample.
I think there's enough for every one of us. I can tell you they taste as good as they look.
All right. Next speaker?
Bill Krutinger, followed by Amanda Q, followed by George Gregory.
Good evening, City Council, staff. Chris, I know we met during your first campaign, and I'll definitely miss having you on council. You've done a lot of great work. But I'm actually here to just give you guys an update on the countywide emergency communications exercise that took place back in October. I do this about twice a year. As we have been in recent years, we completed every assigned task, but for the first time, and you have some pictures in a little presentation you have up there. For the first time ever, we were able to complete the local and regional VHF, regional HF, WinLink, and Arden exercises from a single rapidly deployed field office. And in another first, we powered things from a 65 kilowatt hour EV battery. So this communications capability that my team and I provide, my hope is that we never need it, but we practice and test our equipment and skills in smaller ways weekly and in larger ways a couple times a year to make sure that we're ready when we're needed. Another interesting thing we're doing in Dana Point, we're going to try integrating our portable camera kits with the Orange County Sheriff's Fusus system, making it allowing it to be monitored at their real-time information center in Tustin. So we're doing a lot of great things. And another thing that's definitely worth knowing, how am I on time? I got a little bit. Okay. The reason we have to do this on the Ridgeline Trail hilltop is because we don't have any emergency data network equipment set up at the city. And hopefully that's something that we can move forward soon. We've got a lot of equipment ready to go. We know it works, and it's ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Q, followed by George Gregory.
Sorry, I do have a presentation, but I do want to say this. Councilmember Duncan, it was the district elections when we were going through, and you allowed residents to speak a couple of times, and my presentation is actually about the First Amendment, so I really support that you supported the First Amendment. I really appreciate that, because that really was really important, because that changed our city, the way we were going to be voting for the rest of the duration. But so thank you for supporting the First Amendment on that. Next slide, please. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects the right to petition the government for redress of grievances. The redress of grievances component emphasizes the right of the people to bring their complaints or concerns or to the government or seek assistance. It essentially means that citizens have the right to seek remedies or solutions for their grievances from the government without fear or retribution. So this means that a constituent can write directly to a city department for a question, concern, and there shouldn't be any abridging of the freedom of speech. I have this email here from the city clerk. Says, in effort for the city to ensure that all city council candidates receive the same information from the city at the same time, all communication should be forwarded to me. I will get the appropriate answers from the city staff, i.e., for example, city manager, department heads, and forward those responses to all city council candidates as soon as possible. Next slide, please. It's important during the campaign season, again, this is again a reiteration of the previous email that I had not seen, and this is from my candidate email. So it basically says the same thing, that all questions should go to the city clerk versus reaching out to the city manager or the department heads. And I guess this can be actually seen as restricting, prohibiting, abridging the First Amendment free speech. So as a candidate, I was really taken back by that, and I hope that going forward that this does not happen again, because I think we have a right and the ability that's protected by our Constitution to speak directly to the city department heads, city managers, without any problems or concerns. Thank you.
Next speaker.
George Gregory is the final speaker.
Evening, Council. Thank you, Chris. Congratulations, Rick. George Gregory, North Beach, Outlaw. I'm here to talk about income and area to play. These folks are going to look for matching funds to go play. We need sand on our beaches. We have responsibility to our retired staff. We have a lot of need for income. I think a very good idea is to research building a harbor. A harbor will bring us several things, not just income, but will bring us little sailing teams, will improve our surfing area at North Beach, help protect our coast, give us a place to park a dredger, et cetera, et cetera. You're overlooking this, and it's a shame. You should really look into it. This could even protect the trailers along the beach there that we know are going to go bye-bye someday. This is very common. As a matter of fact, we could be the poster child for all of the communities in the nation on how to deal with sea rise and erosion. Instead, we're fighting it wrongly, and we're fighting it with dollars and not common sense. So the thing is, something like that would bring so much to our community, like aquaculture, scholastic research and oceanography, sailing teams, more surf teams. You want to go surfing? Go on a surfing safari. Get on a boat and go to some of these wonderful islands we got. There's some monster breaks out there. So I would really like to start some kind of committee or something to talk about this or study it. You know, everybody goes, oh, it's going to take 20 years or something. Well, hell, if it's going to take that long, we better start soon. So the thing is they want to all put these rocks and break walls and all this kind of stuff on the beach. It's going to mush out the surf. I've seen it happen in Newport. If we intelligently put all these things offshore and build a harbor, we get income and we get all of the a lot of protection. We're going to protect the pier from more swells. We're not going to lose any surf equity really, except for little 204s, which isn't a very good break. And we're going to create some other breaks that are going to be like a wedge. You're going to be rounded corners on the harbor. We can even mitigate the sand migration by building a small area between the harbor and the beach so the sand can mitigate back and forth. So I really, really think we need to research this, because just what a great way to pay the retirement that is promised to our city employees. What a great way to promote white sea bass nurseries. What a great way to create aquaculture. And all the scholastic and schooling and stuff that goes with that. Please don't belittle that idea. You know, let's talk about it. Let's get it started. You know, at least find out what we can and can't do so we can change it.
Thank
So
you.
these guys need room and they need money. So that's the way to do it.
Thank you. All right,
That's it for oral communications. Motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right.
Carries 5-0.
Any objection? No, any objection? Nope, it carries 5-0.
Consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action.
Anything? I don't believe so.
Closed session report, city attorney.
Thank you. Mayor and council, the council met in closed session on item A, and I can report out that they voted 5-0 to approve the settlement agreement and authorize the city manager to execute. It's a 4-party settlement agreement between Harborview Estates Homeowners Association, the City of San Clemente, American Tower Management LLC, and Dish Wireless LLC. I will have copies of the settlement agreement and other related documents available in the back for the public to review. The City Council also met in closed session on item B, and there was direction given and no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Staff communications, I don't believe we have any tonight. City manager?
Changing the agenda.
Okay.
Any, yes. Andy, you have a,
Yeah, Mayor and Council, we are asking if we could modify the agenda to have item 8F moved right behind item 8A, so it becomes item 8B, just because we have an attorney that is with us from out of town.
without objection? Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is public hearings. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. And the first public hearing we have this evening is continuance of no action on conditional permit 1021 related to the property located at 616 Del Dios, Assessor's parcel number 690-552-05.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Adam
Oh, wait,
Atamian.
well, let's open the public hearing and take testimony. Go.
Thank you. Mayor, members of the City Council, Adam Atamian, Community Development Director. The item before you is a continuance of no action on conditional use permit 1021. This item is a continued public hearing that was initiated at the January 16th, 2024 meeting where the City Council moved to revoke a conditional use permit, but kept that in abeyance until this time. Recently, the property owners have made some modifications to the property to increase security and take care of some other neighbor concerns about the maintenance of the property. Because of that, and because of the settlement agreement that the city attorney just reported out, staff is modifying their recommendation as listed in the staff report to be that based on the settlement agreement negotiations, is that one better? Okay, thank you. Based on the settlement agreement.
Can everyone hear in the back? Okay.
Based on the settlement agreement negotiations and the current status of those and the site security improvements, that the City Council rescind the findings of the revocation and approve Resolution 24-190.
And Mayor and Council, we do have copies of Resolution 24-190 for the council's consideration at the dais, and we're going to have available in the back as well. Thank you.
Will you repeat one more time the staff recommendation?
Yes, staff is modifying its recommendation based on the settlement agreement
status of the settlement agreement negotiations and the site improvements that have been made during the interim to be, to adopt Resolution 24-190 to rescind the January 16th, 2024 findings related to the conditional use permit.
Thank you.
And I can read the entire title of the resolution if that's necessary at this time.
I don't think it is right now.
Not yet. We do have one speaker.
Okay, let's hear from the speaker then.
Sean Cobb.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. Sean Cobb, Alamackins, on behalf of American Tower. Nice to see you all again. I am very happy to hear about the progress that we've made on this item. On behalf of American Tower, we do support the city staff's recommendation as just described. I've also provided the city council with a letter from American Tower, as well as a letter from the Homeowners Association in support of these actions, as well as several exhibits. I think there are about 8 that are attached to the letter that provide further support for these actions. If you have any additional questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, I'll reserve the remainder of my time. Thank you.
All right, that's it. We're going to close the public hearing then, and after we close the public hearing, we'll have discussion unless someone just wants to.
I'll make a motion that we rescind the findings we made on January 16, 2024, and adopt Resolution 24-190.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? No? All right, well, let's go ahead and vote on it then.
That carries 5-0. And I will just read the title of the resolution into the record, since the public does not have it in front of them. A resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, rescinding its January 16th, 2024 findings and affirming validity of Conditional Permit 1021-1962, which permitted a microwave relay station in connection with the public telephone service at 616 Del Dios, Assessor's Parcel Number 690-552-05, and finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And again, that was adopted 5-0.
And Mr. Mayor, that resolution is in the back for the public to review.
Thank you. Yeah, and I will just say thank you to all the parties and the residents and American Tower for the hard work that they did in reaching this agreement and bringing this to conclusion. Hopefully, everybody is satisfied and happy. I know we are up here, so thank you to the public. Next item.
Next item with the reorganization of the agenda is a public hearing regarding the failure of Broadmoor San Clemente Community Association to enforce certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions. And this is a public hearing.
So let's open up the public hearing at this time and hear the report from city staff and outside council.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Adam Atamian, Community Development Director. This item before you is a public hearing regarding the failure of Broadmoor San Clemente Community Association to enforce certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions, or CC&Rs. There are tree height limitations contained within the Broadmoor San Clemente Community Association's CC&Rs that the Broadmoor Association has failed to enforce. These height limits contained in the CC&Rs were required to be included pursuant to the city's approval of the Broadmoor development at the request of the property owners who lived adjacent to that development at the time it was proposed, including some owners of the lots on Calle Felicidad. So in the map that's being displayed here, there are 3 primary areas. The first is the entire area covered in blue, and that is the Broadmoor Community Association. At issue are some tree height violations that exist on the properties that are surrounded in yellow, and that's the Calle Delicata properties. There are additional overheight trees in the rest of the Broadmoor area, but I'll cover that in just a little bit. And then the area surrounded in green are properties on Calle Felicidad. So during the public hearings related to the development proposed by the Broadmoor developer, there were neighboring homeowners above the Broadmoor development that included Calle Felicidad who expressed concern about the potential loss or obstruction of their ocean views. The development, in its development review process through the city, was found to not meet city standards on Calle de la Cata, in that the properties were not wide enough to meet the minimum standards. And in order to facilitate the development, the developer had meetings with the Calle Felicidad property owners as well as some of the other ones that were further upslope. And they were able to facilitate approval of the Broadmoor development by having the upslope neighbors support two modifications to the development specifically. The first was the upslope neighbors, specifically Calle de la Felicidad, to allow the Broadmoor's developer to recontour and steepen their downhill slope to make more room for the de la Cata development. And they also supported a variance request to have sidewalks only on one side of Calle de la Cata. In exchange for supporting the Broadmoor developer, the Calle Felicidad and further upslope neighbors requested that the Broadmoor CC&Rs include height restrictions in return. These restrictions were included in the CC&Rs, and the specific one at issue is shown here, which limits tree heights on Calle de la Cata and another area of the development to 17 feet in height. In 2018, legal representatives for the residents on Calle Felicidad requested that the city enforce the height restrictions in the Broadmoor Association, citing the city's right to enforce under the CC&Rs. The city attorney at that time advised that the city lacked the resources to use this enforcement authority. A resident on Calle Felicidad then engaged in civil litigation the next year in 2019. However, in 2024, the court ruled in favor of the defendant, citing that the Calle Felicidad property owner did not have standing to challenge the HOA on their lack of enforcement. In a couple other communications which are described in the staff report, the City Council further declined to take on the enforcement in June 2021, with the city attorney at that time reiterating city's previous position. And the pictures shown here are just some examples of the overheight trees. These are on Calle de la Cata. As I mentioned earlier, there are other examples of trees that are over the height limit within the Broadmoor Community Association area, but the primary concern from the Felicidad residents was related to the Calle de la Cata trees. Today, there are multiple trees that are not compliant on Calle de la Cata, as well as other areas of the Broadmoor Association. On June 26th, 2024, the city sent a letter to the Broadmoor Association demanding abatement of the overheight vegetation. This was a demand letter reiterating the city's enforcement authority as specified in the CC&Rs in an effort to get the HOA to enforce their CC&Rs. The actions requested of the Broadmoor Association have not occurred. And so at this time, the residents are asking the city to take on enforcement authority against the Broadmoor HOA. So we have discussed this as staff, and there are some fiscal considerations with the city taking on enforcement. Due to the large number of trees, but also the nature of this type of enforcement, staff is estimating at least a cost of $200,000 to $250,000 to assume enforcement of the Broadmoor San Clemente Community Association CC&Rs. There are a few options for the City Council to consider here, and they are first, to determine that the Broadmoor Community Association has failed to enforce its CC&Rs and assume and assign its enforcement authority to another party, such as the homeowners on Calle Felicidad. The City Council could also decide not to intervene in this matter, whether or not it declares that the HOA has failed to enforce its CC&Rs, or the City Council could determine that the Broadmoor Community Association has failed to enforce its CC&Rs and that the city should assume that entire enforcement. Staff's recommendation is based on a number of things, including the past practice of the city not to enforce private CC&Rs, and also the fiscal impacts of taking on such an action. So staff's recommendation is to open the public hearing, receive public testimony and comment, close the public hearing, and determine that the Broadmoor Community Association has failed to enforce its CC&Rs and has failed to cure such non-performance, and adopt resolution number 24-173, assuming and assigning its enforcement authority to the Calle Felicidad property owners. And I will note that the resolution, the proposed resolution, is to provide that enforcement authority on the Calle de la Cata properties, specifically to the Calle Felicidad property owners, because that is the primary issue in this matter. I am joined by our city prosecutor, Matt Silver, and he and I are both available for any questions.
Mr. Mayor, before we go on, I have a disclosure to make.
Disclosures.
Yeah, back in May, myself, Adam Matamian, and City Manager Andy Hall met with some Broadmoor residents who basically gave us the same overview that we just heard right here, and that there was no further discussion.
All right, since this is a public hearing, is there any other communications?
I don't have any.
Any that need to be disclosed? Chris, I have none with either of the parties. I've visited the site, but just observed it. All right. Well, then let's go on then with public comment.
Comments, and Mayor, first, I'll note that any public comment we've received after the packet was distributed last Friday is in the back of the council chambers for public review and has been provided to the attorney. Let's see here. First speaker are the attorneys representing Broadmoor, which is Joshua Smithco and David Hickey, and they will be given 10 minutes to speak. And I'll call up the next few speakers. Again, you can take seats right up here at the front of the council chambers. Stephen Hammers, followed by Reva Buck, followed by Paul Buck.
All right, how much time did we? 10 minutes, okay, 10 minutes.
Great, thank you. Hello, myself and David Hickey are here as corporate counsel for the Broadmoor San Clemente Community Association. We also have the community manager for Broadmoor, Ryan Phillips of Compass Property Management, in attendance, as well as several members of the Broadmoor Board of Directors and owners from Calle de la Cata as well. If you guys can raise your hand. Thank you to the City Council for the time to address these issues and for your consideration, and thank you to City staff for preparing the items for today's meeting. We just want to address a few issues briefly and submitted a written response already that kind of outlines this. The association does enforce their documents. In the last 3 years, there's been about 15 occasions where we've enforced the tree height limitation on Broadmoor residents, and they've acted in compliance with that request. So it's not like the board or the association ignores these rules. To Despite the arguments from the Felicidad owners, there's no recorded obligations for the association that directly benefit and provide the Felicidad owners any rights or standing to enforce these rules against the Broadmoor residents. And that's kind of important. The issue was litigated in court recently. The Broadmoor owner prevailed on that issue. We also want to hammer on past precedent for the city council. City council's rejected this request at least 2 times already, in 2018 and 2021. You guys decided not to act. It's not something that you regularly do. We're unaware of the city enforcing any association CC&Rs so far. We made a public records request asking for past examples, and we have not received any yet. California law does not provide residents a right to a view. It's just that simple. The city's municipal code also imposes no restrictions regarding view preservation. Even the city council recently expressly rejected a proposal on October 4th, 2022 to create an ordinance to protect ocean views. You guys had the opportunity to enact that and you didn't. Adjacent to Broadmoor is a city park called Verde Park. In that park, there are approximately, I believe, 40 or so eucalyptus trees that all can grow to be 80 feet tall. Residents of Broadmoor have asked the city multiple times to have those trees trimmed or removed and replaced because they block the Broadmoor view. The city has not acted in accordance to those requests in the past. The Felicidad owners have already lost this court case once. So the city staff's recommendation that this be assigned to them and allow them to prosecute it, it's already failed once. We don't see an avenue that it would be successful or a legal argument that would allow them to do this. The CC&Rs don't provide for this right to be assigned to another party, especially a party for such a small group of people against the entire association, because that's what you'd be doing. You'd be giving them the right to enforce the CC&Rs against the entire Broadmoor Association. That could impact title to everybody's lot. There's all kinds of other ramifications. Again, the CC&Rs state that the city has no obligation to act. You guys are well within your rights to decline enforcement on this issue. The CC&Rs provision that gives the city the right to step in, it was more of a general oversight of the entire community. And for the members of the association and communities and other communities within the city limits, that if there's a life or safety emergency, something really crucial that an association's not taking action on, then the city can step in and do it. This is, you'd be benefiting a couple homeowners against a few other homeowners. It's just not a great use of resources to do that. Also, enforcement ability, there's issues with that. In California, for enforcement of CC&Rs, there's a 5-year statute of limitations. Arguably, the city and the association's been on notice of this since 2018. So that was more than 5 years ago. So these trees have been there. They're all mature palm trees, as you can see from the photos. They're not, nothing's new. Also being palm trees, they're not something that we can just trim. They'd have to be removed. Palm trees are kind of iconic in a surf city beach location. So I don't know that the city's favors removing all these mature palm trees that offer a lot to the skyline and importance to these owners. So again, the city should rule in favor of its past precedent and past city decisions. You guys have rejected this before. We encourage you and request you to reject it again. I'd like to cede some of my time to the community manager, Ryan Phillips.
Sure.
Thank you, Council. Appreciate being here. I represent Broadmoor community as a small business owner, resident of the city, and has owned a business here for 20 years doing community management. I've been involved in circumstances with CC&R enforcement in many different communities all throughout San Clemente. I have not witnessed or been a part of a circumstance where the city was involved in enforcement of any sort really within the CC&Rs that manage the community within itself and the members that are part of the community. I believe in the spirit of the homeowners association development and to cede those responsibilities to those local homeowners rather than have it be a city expense taxation wise and other to maintain the trees or the streets in some cases, then those are self-governing bodies of which they're independent of each other. So in my experience in this case, I haven't seen anything like this where you would get involved in as it might be a slippery slope to go down the road of what CC&Rs then would then step in and be part of enforcement of, which is, if you've ever read the CC&R document, is a long, deep document that has many different layers of governance over that. So I can assure you that in this case, and I have other communities where the CC&Rs are enforced as it relates to the members within that community. In this case, as Mr. Smisko is represented here, we've done multiple enforcements of trees relative to Broadmoor within the membership relationships within the community. So I just thought it was important to share from a third-party perspective, kind of how it operates in my world of running the business of managing those communities of which some of you may live in yourselves, so you understand how that works. And hopefully this is helpful to your decision-making tonight. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. The time up, or you?
Yeah, sorry, we're having some technical difficulties up here.
I think they're done anyhow, so.
Yeah, so
Are we going to take the public now, or do we have
I'm trying, but I actually can't. Let's see
Okay.
here.
Did anyone else want to speak from the association's
Yeah, I don't see anybody else from the,
We do have quite a few speakers, but I'm going to need to ask IT to come out here. Hopefully, someone back there is listening.
You want to take a couple minutes and get this reason?
I'm David Hickey. I'm co-speaker with Mr. Smisko.
Okay, go
I just
ahead.
want to add a little bit to that. The staff recommendation is to assign the rights under the CC&Rs of the city to enforce. And I think there's an argument, a very good argument, that would only be resolved through costly litigation, that the provision has not been enforced. The statute of limitations has run. There's equitable doctrines of estoppel and laches that say that those provisions have been waived. Therefore, the city doesn't have a viable enforcement right to assign. So I would encourage the council to take no action on that issue.
All right, thank you. And we have, do we need more time?
Well, my screen just keeps blanking out here.
And you don't know if we have it?
Want to use my clock?
Okay, I think we're good to go.
Okay.
Nope, it just blanked out again. I'll start calling the speakers.
All right,
Stephen
let's do
Hammers.
that, and you can work on it then.
Yep, I'll just use my phone for now as a timer.
Okay.
So Stephen Hammers,
All right.
go ahead.
Thank you, members.
And how much time?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, members of the council. And I'm an attorney. I represent 5 families on Calle de la Cata that are here. The Clarks, the Garubas, the Sagafis, the Macaulays, and the Kellys. And they're all here because they have palm trees that they desperately don't want to cut down or cut in half because they'll die. But I was the trial attorney on that case that everybody just talked about. And on the other side, they had Jackson Titus, a big firm from Newport Beach with, Scott Jackson's been around for 60 years. And they went in with 2 attorneys and all their exhibits and all the things they had. And tried to convince the court that the folks on Delicata should lop down their trees. And the court considered all the evidence. In fact, a lot of the things that Mr. Agendizing put in his report, which I appreciated. But one thing the court also looked at, which is really the most important issue here, really, and the city attorney can appreciate this, is that these are servitudes that we're talking about. The right to make somebody take a tree off their home, if you're a neighbor, you have to have that right written into the title documents giving you that right. And so the court's decision, you can read it, it's in there. The statement of decision is something like 15 pages long. I helped draft it. It talks about the importance of these rights and how if you don't have a written right in the CC&Rs, a servitude over somebody else's property, you don't get to make them take their trees out. And that's an old property law that absolutely had to be honored by the court. And so we went in there and put up that argument. The court said, yeah, my hands are tied, Mr. Titus and Jackson and everybody else. We can't force them. It's written right here in the recorded documents that when they bought their homes, they had to pay attention to and honor like everybody else. In fact, they pay dues for those very property rights as homeowner members in that community. And the folks that want to have them remove those trees, they're not paying dues. They don't have that right. The judge came to the right decision and decided, I can't make them take those trees out. These folks don't have any servitudes over their property. And this is just basic property law, really. And so we had quite an expensive trial. And you know what? Where this probably should have gone next instead of in front of y'all is to a court of appeal, really. Shouldn't they have just taken it up on appeal? But they didn't. They stipulated to pay my client's attorney's fees. That's a public record. Because this thing fell on the law, 100%. So now what we're talking about is whether or not Article 12...
Your time is up.
3 minutes is up.
Okay,
Thank
just
you.
one more point. Article 12 can't be used because it would enforce the same thing.
All right, thank you.
Thanks so much.
And
Next
we'll go
speaker.
back to using our old-fashioned timer over here. We've got Reva Buck, followed by Paul Buck, followed by Eric Furman, followed by Jeff Chambers. Reva?
Hi, my name is Reva Buck, and I live on Felicidad. This matter is not simply about homeowners asking the city to protect their private views. It's about the city upholding their legal right and their moral responsibility to protect the homeowners' interests as were intended and documented by the council 50 years ago. The city has already acknowledged the quid pro quo agreement that allowed Broadmoor to develop Delicata and that Broadmoor is in violation. The city approved the final tract map only after Broadmoor agreed to 17-foot height restrictions on the perimeter lots, specifically to protect Felicidad views. The CC&Rs were intended to be enforced by the HOA, and if not, by the city. The council was provided with significant documentation and exhibits that included 4 sworn declarations from people that were actively involved at the time, and the sworn declaration from Cecilia Gallardo Daly, the former community development director, whom, on behalf of the city, confirms that the supplemental CC&Rs for Delicata contains height restrictions specifically to protect Felicidad views with city enforcement rights. Despite multiple requests to homeowners and HOA, Broadmoor refuses to comply, and the city's response has been, we agree, but we don't have the resources to enforce. The HOA is trying to claim that they do enforce its rules, but despite numerous complaints about Delicata, why doesn't Mr. Smisko's letter address the violations noted by the city on Delicata? No one within Broadmoor benefits from the Delicata height restrictions, only Felicidad. Why does the staff report anticipate a fiscal impact when the city is legally entitled to enforce? And why would any resident ever fear consequences knowing the city will do nothing for fear of potential upfront yet reimbursable enforcement costs? The city's option to do nothing is unconscionable. Putting the enforcement responsibility on a third party does not appear to be legal. City enforcement of Broadmoor CC&Rs is the only option. You already know that the civil case failed, because only the HOA and the city have standing to enforce CC&Rs. Homeowners and the 1976 council expected the HOA and/or the city to protect Felicidad. The lack of enforcement has burdened homeowners with unimaginable financial loss, stress and frustration, loss in home value, and loss of full enjoyment of our San Clemente homes. The city created these conditions of approval for a reason. The city made sure it had a right to enforce the CC&Rs for a reason. And the city made sure that the CC&Rs specifically precluded any attempts to amend the height limitations for a reason.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker.
Paul Buck, followed by Eric Furman, followed by Jeff Chambers.
Good evening.
You have 3 minutes.
I'm Paul Buck. I've lived on Cayo Felicidad for almost 40 years. The criterion for buying my house was to buy the best view I could afford. Before finalizing the purchase, I reviewed the Broadmoor CC&Rs showing the 17-foot height restrictions for structures, trees, bushes, shrubs for the Delicata neighbors below. I relied on this documentation, believing my view would be protected. Please see the photographs here. Up until 2014, our view was wonderful. However, the neighbors' multiple palm trees have grown and are interlaced, thereby substantially screening off our view. The Broadmoor HOA annually trims the common area trees, however, no longer enforce tree heights on private properties. Starting in 2017, I tried to resolve the tree view issue with my neighbor. I offered to pay any remediation, but to no avail. Born of frustration, I filed a lawsuit in 2019. The court, applying the Davis-Sterling doctrine, ruled that only the city of San Clemente and the Broadmoor HOA had standing to enforce the CC&Rs. Therefore, I appealed to the city to use its legal standing to enforce its conditions of approval. The houses on Delicata would not have been built in their current form had the Felicidad neighbors not agreed to allow the regrading and steepening of their backyard slopes to provide a larger building pad. Additionally, the Felicidad neighbors successfully petitioned the city to eliminate the eastern sidewalk, thereby further increasing the possible pad size. The quid pro quo for these concessions was the restriction of 17 feet on the height of the Delicata structures and landscape, thereby protecting the Felicidad views. This agreement was sanctioned by the city as a condition of approval for the Delicata tract. Neighbors come and go, so do HOA and city council boards. Consequently, history from 50 years ago is forgotten. However, Council and Planning Department minutes clearly tell the story of a vigorous campaign to protect the Felicidad views. It was expected that by incorporating the conditions of approval into the CC&Rs, the views would be protected. That's the way it was done in those days. Respectfully, I hope that the City Council members understand that they have standing to enforce the conditions of approval as incorporated in the CC&Rs. The Broadmoor HOA is clearly out of line and many Delicata neighbors are out of compliance. Please don't be intimidated by the HOA's attorneys and threats and red herrings. Please do the right thing. Enforce the city's condition of approval as per the demand letter. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Eric Furman, followed by Jeff Chambers, followed by John Coretti.
Thank you. My name is Eric Furman, and I'm a Calle Felicidad homeowner and resident. My wife and I purchased our home in 2007. We bought it because of the location, the city of San Clemente specifically, and the amazing views from the hill. The house is the nest egg for our retirement. There's limited coastal property in California with a view, and even less with a price tag we were able to afford. The selling agent had advised us on an agreement that prevented Delicata residents from obstructing a view from our home. The agent wasn't specific on further details, but it definitely helped push our decision to purchase and invest in our home. I would learn in more detail the terms and timeline of the Felicidad Broadmoor agreement from our neighbors, the Rices, after we moved in. But it wasn't until 2016 that I experienced firsthand the struggles of compliance and enforcement of the CC&Rs for the Delicata residents specifically. In 2016, we re-landscaped and cleared our back slope. I received a letter from Web Management demanding I install wattles at the bottom of the hill. The tone, though not rude, seemed somewhat heavy-handed. I reached out and spoke with Karen Morris at Webb. She informed me that they were responsible for managing the bottom 8 to 10 feet of the slope, and that I would need to supply wattles for the strip that they managed for Broadmoor. At the time, I asked Webb if they could assist getting some Delicata residents, specifically 303 and 305, to trim and cut their trees. She said there was nothing Webb could do, as we were not Broadmoor residents, but said to send paperwork and photos and that she'd get them to the HOA Landscape Committee. Our neighbor next door, Paul Ramos, did just that. Karen later let us know that the Landscape Committee denied our request. They suggested that we write letters to the homeowners directly. Letters were submitted to 303 and 305 Delicata. The homeowners at 305 cut down 2 of the tallest trees, but left others still out of compliance. Appreciated, but baffling. The homeowners at 305 did not respond and have expressed no interest in complying. There have been numerous efforts over the years since by Felicidad residents to get Delicata residents to comply with their CC&R height restrictions. It's gone as far as offering to trim and remove trees at our expense. There is an agreement in place. It's what permitted Delicata homes to be built in the first place. It required everyone's participation, the developer, the city of San Clemente, and the Felicidad residents. Now 9 Delicata homes have not or will not comply. When the homeowners won't respect or comply and the HOA won't enforce, I'm asking the city and this city council to step in and honor the previous city council's intention when signing off on the city's conditions of approval for Broadmoor and Delicata. Every enforcing party comes back with a similar response. We don't get involved with view disputes. There would be no dispute if folks honored and took responsibility for their side of the street and agreement.
Thank you.
Jeff Chambers, followed by John Coretti, followed by Dave Stowe.
Is the timer not working here?
No.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jeff Chambers. I'm a former resident of 321 and 323 Calle Felicidad. I lived there for about 35 years. I'm here to support all the neighbors on Calle Felicidad. There are some issues being discussed, and I'm not an attorney. Everyone talks about Davis Sterling. What the Calle Felicidad neighbors are talking about is the agreement reached before any of the homes on Calle Delicata could be built, because they could not be built with the original documents that the city approved. So there was a tri-party negotiation between the city, Broadmoor, and the Calle Felicidad owners. The slick attorneys that are all talking about all these different issues have their own way of doing things. You have to remember, in 1975-76, things were done very differently in the real estate business. The documentation, all the legal agreements were very simplistic. They talk about what's missing. Well, 1975-76, it probably wasn't missing because it wasn't even thought about. So I think in context, you have to look at when these negotiations took place, what the outcome was, and the fact that without the consideration of redoing their slopes, those homes could not be built. That's why I don't think Davis Sterling applies in this particular case, because it's a request to the city to enforce the CC&Rs that were a negotiated item to get those homes built. No one focuses on what really happened. And it's in your record. You can go and you can review it and you can see it. I've been in the real estate development business for over 40 years. I've dealt with numerous CC&Rs and issues, from shopping centers to housing tracts. The CC&Rs, every city puts in the enforcement clause. That's why you make developers put in CC&Rs. To say you've never done it, well, maybe you haven't had this circumstance where it was a tri-party negotiation and agreement that allowed those homes to be built. That's why the tract and the 19 homeowners that signed off on that, on the supplemental CC&Rs, accepted them. They all signed off on it. What's wrong with that? How can the attorneys argue that it has no basis, no servitude? The servitude was those homes weren't going to be built unless the consideration of giving land so that they could be built and eliminate the sidewalk. This is a much different set of circumstances that everyone's talking about. Previously, you talked about the city of San Clemente being a wonderful place to live. I personally went numerous times to the board and I was rejected. Said, you have no standing to talk. I said, well, let me just talk. No, you can't talk. I went to the city, we tried to do things, we asked for documents. I implore you to please consider the circumstances.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Coretti, followed by David Stowe, and then we have Penny Stowe, but it says decline, so I'm not sure if that means decline to comment. John Coretti?
Good evening. My name is John Coretti. My wife, Kitty, and I have lived on Calle Felicidad for over 30 years. We came here like many other Marines who have come to call San Clemente home. In 2017, we moved forward with a project to improve our rear slope. We began discussing this project with the city in 2015 to ensure proper engineering and to meet all project requirements. After we received the city's building permit and pre-mobilization instruction, and not long after we started the project in late May 2017, we received a letter by messenger and U.S. mail from Broadmoor's legal counsel that we were to, quote, cease and desist from our project. This caught us completely off guard and caused us great distress as we had received city approval. We communicated with Broadmoor's law firm, informing them of the project's city approval. City approval while continuing with the project. Their letter and subsequent communication expressed their concerns about the slope and the section of the CC&Rs denoting a slope maintenance easement for which they had access on a narrow strip at the toe of the slope in the city's right-of-way. We responded that we had obtained building permits and authorization through the city, which thoroughly addressed the issues. Upon Broadmoor's request, and out of a spirit of goodwill, though we didn't believe we were required to, we provided vegetation plans for our property, and the project proceeded to completion. In fair credit to Broadmoor, once completed, we received a note in the mail thanking us for the cooperation and that our landscaping was beautiful and would be a pleasant aesthetic to Broadmoor for many years to come. Though that worked out, the abrupt and what to us felt like a heavy-handed approach caused us more distress than you'd know. As we are not part of Broadmoor, we kept wondering about the CC&Rs and how we interface. So I did some research, and in so doing, also became aware of the history and the height restriction provisions immediately below Felicidad. I assume that Broadmoor uses other elements of these same CC&Rs to hold members of the association to account when required. So I don't understand why they do not do so for the height restriction element of the CC&Rs. This matter is important principally because it speaks to the validity of agreements in our age. These CC&Rs and the codified provisions unique to the street below Calle Felicidad reflect the enduring agreement that good men and women arrived at 50 years ago in consideration for each other's property interests and has sought to seek some measure of harmony. But if elements and agreements are selectively used and enforced, it weakens them to the point of being practically meaningless. Quite simply, we ask the City Council to enforce the existing CC&R height restriction as Broadmoor's association has been unwilling to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Leflot, followed by Alan Corson, followed by Ryan Phillips. Paul, I hope I pronounced your last name correctly.
Good evening. My name is Paul F. Court, and I'm the current owner of 323 Calle Felicidad. My wife and I purchased our home in December of 2021 after a year of house hunting in southern Orange County. We fell in love at first sight with our Felicidad home, mostly due to the expansive ocean view that created a feeling of tranquility we were looking for in a new home. After buying the house, we became aware of the ongoing concerns about the trees of delicata blocking Felicidad views, that there were actions in the works to try and resolve this issue. So I inquired more about the issues. I started to learn more of the backstory to the current concerns. While I'm newer to the situation, it seems to me the Felicidad neighbors did the neighborly thing by assisting Broadmoor to construct the Delicata Street in exchange for an agreement for Delicata trees not to exceed 17 feet. It's my understanding that Felicidad owners did not only agree to have their hillside slopes recontoured to steeper slopes, but also petitioned to the city on behalf of Broadmoor to allow Delicata to not need to include a second sidewalk on the east side of the street, all of which allowed Broadmoor the space to build the Delicata Street and houses. It also appeared this was not just verbally, but was not just verbal, but memorialized over time within the Broadmoor CC&Rs, and all done with the knowledge of the City Council. Now it appears Delicata and Broadmoor do not want to live up to their agreements that allowed the Delicata houses to be built. That appears fair, and very much feels like a no good deed goes unpunished scenario. This has become increasingly frustrating as the trees below our house are now starting to obstruct our ocean views, especially from the central sitting area of our deck, as well as from my home office where I spend most of my work days. Further, these trees obstructions are undoubtedly negative affecting our home's values. As such, my family now experiences angst rather than joy every time we have to look at the ocean around Delicata's trees. Per the staff report on this issue, it appears one recommendation is potentially push this back to Felicidad homeowners to litigate it against Delicata. This issue has already been delegated. It was determined Felicidad does not have standing to try and enforce Broadmoor CC&Rs. This appears to be an issue the City Council needs to engage on to have a just outcome. As such, I am hoping the City Council does the right thing to honor the right thing that the Felicidad homeowners in Broadmoor agreed to 50-ish years ago. I appreciate your careful consideration of the situations, and thank you for your time and service.
Thank you.
Alan Corson, followed by Ryan Phillips, followed by Frank Villavazzo. Mr. Corson?
Good evening, Council. I'm speaking this evening as a past City Councilman when our previous general plan was formulated and as a co-chair of GPAC when the current Centennial General Plan was created. I'm also a member of the Broadmoor HOA and currently on the HOA Board of Directors. In discussions during the creation of either general plan, the concept of view protection was extensively discussed and dismissed and never incorporated into either document. The concept of tree preservation was also discussed, and it was agreed to create an ordinance to protect trees after the adoption of the general plan, priority from which was unfortunately never evolved. The trees canopy in the city is considerably inadequate. The City Council has the authority, but not the obligation, to enforce the private property view protection provisions of the Broadmoor CC&Rs. The City Council also has the authority, but not the obligation, to enforce by ordinance private property view protection in any part of the city. Over the decades, residents in the city has often asked, in many instances demanded, that the City Council implement private property view protection. After careful deliberation, each of those city councils serving over those decades have determined that as a policy matter, the city would not engage in private property view protection. The recommendation of the city staff that the City Council provide a third party to the city authority to implement private property view protection commits the City Council to a policy decision to implement the private view protection. The City Council has no obligation to implement the provision on private property views and should not step on that very, very slippery slope. If the city were to deputize homeowners on Felicidad to remove the Broadmoor offending trees, they could start on Felicidad, where there appears to be at least 60 palms, and at least 21 of those have exceeded the height limit of 17 or 20 feet.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Ryan Phillips, followed by Frank Villavazzo, followed by Chandra Vikotovich.
I had an opportunity to address you earlier, so thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker. And,
Followed by Chandra Vikovic.
yeah, if, whoever's gonna speak next, if they can come and sit up here, that'd be easier, I think.
Good evening, Council. I'm a Broadmoor homeowner, and I would like to defer my time to Stephen Hammers, please.
Well, thank you. I guess I get to come back up here, thank you.
You've already spoken, so,
Oh, I thought he was seated.
no, it doesn't.
Okay, fine.
All right,
Chandra Vikovic, followed by Gordon and Antonia Sipes, followed by Mike Kay. Chandra.
Good evening, council members. My name is Chandra Vidakovich. I recently bought on Calle Delicata, and the first I've heard of this tree issue was an email I got last week, and then flipping through this, I see my address listed in here. This is the first notice I've had, and I think we all know of a thing called due process, which is notice and opportunity to be heard. I think it would have been a better idea to let the people know whose trees have issues, give us a chance to be adults, explore the problem, maybe with the cost of a postage stamp, and deal with the problem if we have it. I haven't seen any issues in my particular home, but I don't have iconic trees. I have janky protocarpus. We cut those all back when we bought the home. I think for the cost of a postage stamp, the council could have mailed everybody on Delicata, it's not that many houses, let us know which houses have the problem. Everyone's spinning their wheels with litigation, res judicata, we have all these legal things. I'm an attorney, I get it, but I like to dumb things down and keep them simple. Let's mediate, let's meet and confer. We don't need this in the courthouses. We don't need attorney fee costs. We keep it very simple and very civil. Those neighbors are going to be our neighbors for years to come. I think we can all play like adults, nice in the sandbox, and wrap it up with a stamp and a mediation and a meeting. I don't think we need all this unnecessary finger pointing and litigation. Thank you for your time.
I appreciate your comments. I think you're on the right track.
Gordon and Antonia Sipes, followed by Mike Kay.
Good evening, council. My lovely wife and I, we moved to San Clemente 21 years ago, and we spent over a year scouring the hill for the perfect view. And we came upon Felicidad and found out that our beautiful view would never be obstructed. And that's why we made the purchase. And we've invested our whole lives in this. Sure, I wish it would be just a handshake. Hey, can you cut the tree down? I've tried. I've talked to the neighbors below, offered to pay myself, and to no avail. And we're just asking that the CC&R, they enforce the rules. You look down the hill, and nobody has trees blocking Broadmoor views except the top slope. And they're just up there, you know, with the trees in the front yard. They're not blocking their view. They're not in their backyard. They're in our front yard.
And I just wanted to add to that with this letter from Hinkie that says that the association does enforce the height limitations, and they have in the past, and they've done that 15 times successfully. It does not include Delicata. So does it say in their CC&Rs that Delicata is excluded from this limitation? Because that doesn't seem fair. Why aren't they all having to abide by their own CC&Rs? They get a copy of them. We were told that they had a limitation. That is the reason why we bought our home. That is the reason why we're there. As my husband said, a year of searching for that beautiful dream home. And now these, you can see by the slides of the pictures, these trees are not only way over their height restriction, they are untrimmed, they are messy. These residents don't even have the common courtesy to trim their trees that they so-called love so much. So we are here because we have the right to protect what was given and told to us.
We also, about 3 years ago, had our house on the market, had a buyer, and then they backed out because of the view that we couldn't guarantee that those trees were coming down. And so the value of our house is down. We're just asking you guys to help us out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is this yours?
Any,
Mike Kay is the final speaker.
Council, we've heard some very interesting arguments here. Certainly, clearly, City Council should not be involved in the micromanagement of C&R issues in our town. Whether one neighborhood gets to plant roses in the front yard or not is not something you want to get involved with. But there are two areas where I do believe City Council should be involved. One is protecting a view of a home, clearly for obvious reasons, it's been pointed out. But there's a second reason, and that is prevalence, that is the failure of individuals and homeowners associations to comply with brush removal for fire issues. My fire insurance on my view home at 3030 Calle Frontera, right at the top, was heavily impacted due to heavy tree growth in neighboring HOAs. An inspector came out, State Farm. No. It was Mercury. Mercury came out, pointed at those trees, pointed at some open space areas that where weeds and et cetera had not been dealt with, and it impacted me, and I was 2 blocks away. So it's costing me real money, and I know that that's a major issue with many homeowners in here. So all the arguments about the views are valid and important, but there are other considerations where CC&Rs, homeowners associations are not in compliance and are negatively impacting both the price of insurance, availability of homeowners insurance for fire impacts, as well as threatening whole sections of our town with the potentials for fire. So in those two areas, compliance of bush removal from 100 feet from the setback of a home in the canyons and the open areas that are enjoyed by all in our planned communities, and with compliance to maintain views, I would ask that the city do push enforcement to go out and force these areas and these associations and these individuals to comply for the greater good. Thanks.
thank you very much. So, no other comments,
No
but I
other
guess we're
comments.
going to have Broadmoor gets additional 5 minutes. Representative from Broadmoor, that if you want, you could take your 5 minutes.
Give us a moment. Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
sure.
Start the clock.
It's, your time is running now.
Yeah, it's done. Okay. Mr. Mayor, we will cede our time.
All right, thank you, thank you. All right, then we will,
Before you close the public hearing, do you have questions of the various parties before the public hearing?
we could take questions, yeah.
Yeah, I had it.
Okay, yeah.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Okay. I have a question of the Broadmoor Association management team. I don't know who wants to speak, but I had a specific question. During your presentation, sir, you mentioned that, I think it was your comment, that you'd had about 15 or 16 enforcement actions in the Broadmoor HOA regarding view-related issues.
Yes, sir.
Specifically, why weren't those enforcement actions directed on Calle Delicata?
You want to address these, or you want me to? Okay, yeah, no problem. I don't have an exact recollection of every event, because it's over the course of many years, and I manage many properties. I don't directly manage this, association all the time, but essentially, within the community, there are trees all around the community, and specifically individual homeowners might make complaints about certain trees, and so that when it rises to the level of the board, then they'll assess the situation and make a determination at that time.
So the reason why no enforcement action was taken was because none of your members were making the complaints?
I couldn't answer that specifically.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
I've got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so you've seen the pictures, and you see that the trees are in violation of your CC&Rs. What's your position? is the management company?
So, I mean, the management company is hired by the board of directors and the community who elects them to enforce the rules as they see fit on a case-by-case basis. So I wasn't involved in the time years ago when this originally started or in the lawsuits and all that. I've been there for a couple of years now. But in the circumstances of the last couple of years that I've been there, the association has enforced the tree height violations in multiple situations.
I can answer some of that, Ryan.
Okay, good. Yeah, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
okay?
Yeah, sure. Please.
Karen New, and I'm vice president on the board, and I've been involved with the board a little bit longer than our management company. Our policy, standing policy has been for a very long time. We address a tree height violation, one, if we get a complaint from a Broadmoor resident, and two, if it's causing some kind of problem with the person who has the complaint, basically a view obstruction. So we don't take complaints from people outside Broadmoor. And Felicidad is not the only street. We've had people in Pacifica also complain about trees in our association, and we limit our complaints to residents of Broadmoor, the actual people who the CC&Rs apply to. Does that answer your question?
Yes, but it makes me ask another question. Why do you ignore a specific provision in your CC&Rs that specifically limit the height of the trees on this particular street for a purpose, a historical purpose that you may not be aware of, but which we've heard quite a bit about this evening?
Yeah, it's a really fair question. Our policy goes back way before I was ever on the board. And I was uncomfortable with it when I first got on the board for your very same purpose. But what I finally came to realize after dealing with numerous complaints is we have a lot of trees in Broadmoor that exceed 17 feet, many of them, but they aren't bothering anybody. And why should we go around and make people spend money, trim trees, remove palm trees that honestly aren't bothering any of our Broadmoor residents? And so we came up way before my time, that we've been doing this for a long time. It has to be a Broadmoor resident, and it has to be creating a problem. And I understand what you're saying.
Did anyone on the board or the management company asked why this particular provision was in the CC&Rs? If it wouldn't negatively impact any of the Broadmoor people, why was it there? And because a Broadmoor person wouldn't complain that it could be just ignored?
I'm not sure if I understand, but the 17 feet does apply to, it's 17, in some cases it's 20 feet. It does apply to all the Broadmoor.
For the lots, right, that's what I'm saying. The Section 3, the provision there that talks about the 19 homes that are impacted, because no one at Broadmoor is complaining, you're just saying we're not going to take any action even though they're at an excessive height.
That's been how we've been handling these, yeah.
I understand your
Did
answer.
I answer your question?
It does, thank you.
Well, okay, and then, well, I can't.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So I know you weren't around, but apparently Broadmoor reached out to these other residents when they wanted to build their houses and got some compromises, and that's why Broadmoor was allowed to be built. And so you reached out to another entity so you could get some entitlements, and now these people just want you to go ahead and keep up with that reason, and so I don't understand.
The original documents, my understanding is regarding those compromises was about second stories and the height of the buildings. No? Okay, all right. I apologize if the attorneys want to correct me. That was.
I think it specifically said something about the trees back then, vegetation or whatever, height.
All right. If I'm wrong, I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't around 50 years ago when this was all done, so.
All right. Any other questions? Any other, well, let me, of any of them, and then I'll close the public hearing.
Just one
Staff?
question, either staff or from Broadmoor. You've mentioned that there have been enforcements on the other streets. About how many times have you, I think you answered this, but just to clarify, how many times have you enforced this code on like the street just below Delicata or the other streets?
I don't have the level of recollection on specific streets or locations or addresses. That's something we could certainly provide if you needed that information.
Yeah, it just seems like there's a double standard here or some sort of selective favor going on that some streets get enforced and others don't. So, but that's okay.
I think the general gist of it is we have a community that has mature, beautiful trees all throughout. And I mean, if you were to walk the community, you'd see that there's, I mean, we're talking more than hundreds, maybe less than 1,000, but there's a lot of trees that beautify the slopes there and the hillsides there. And so what I believe in my observation of what's gone on is what Ms. New alluded to, is that for decades now, they're not just wholesale cutting trees down to 17 feet on that whole slope, which is a massive area and a massive amount of trees, which includes palms that you can't even trim in that fashion. So that general philosophy has reigned, that as the CC&Rs govern the Broadmoor community and the people that are entitled to be governed by those CC&Rs, then it's based on their dynamics within that community over all these years to manage the tree heights as it relates to themselves in their entity within.
Say hypothetically, someone on Felicidad, like a neighbor, were to complain about another neighbor's tree height, even though it doesn't necessarily block their view. Would that be taken into consideration?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Say it. On Delicata, sorry. Yeah, if there's a house on Delicata that has a tree height that's over 17 feet or 20 feet, whatever it is, and there's a neighbor right next to them, even though that tree is not blocking their view, could that neighbor make a complaint about that tree height and then have that be enforced?
I couldn't opine on how the directors and whoever might be on the board would decide something like that, but it would certainly be brought to their attention and something that would be deliberated over. And typically within the community, historically that I've been around, is when a neighbor makes a complaint, people, myself, the board, go out, look at it, and see if it complies with that general philosophy. And there have been instances where when it doesn't comply with the philosophy, like this tree's blocking my view of the moon, or the sun, then it's not applicable at that case. And so if that answers your question, there are exceptions to within that governance that a tree wouldn't be trimmed if it's not specifically related to a view.
Could someone on Delicata make a complaint on behalf of someone's view on Felicidad?
I couldn't answer that specifically. I don't believe that's the case. I mean, the homeowner, not by proxy, if that's what you mean, they could make the complaint possibly. I'm not sure how that would work. And again, it would all come to a board meeting where there'd be directors discussing it and people looking at it. It's a pretty dynamic thing. It's not as cut and dry as you would imagine.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm
Yep.
just trying to see if there's.
Understood.
One question. I think I heard you say that as far as enforcement of CC&Rs, you don't dispute that the city has a right to enforce those CC&Rs?
That I don't dispute that. It's not my purview to comment on.
Okay, all right. I've heard a few of your
I
representatives.
would refer to the attorneys that specialize in that matter.
Okay.
I just work within the community and just.
Smart answer.
Yeah. They might be happy to answer that question for you, but I couldn't do that.
Yeah, all right. All right. Any other questions? All right, then we'll close. Well, I have questions of council, but our council, we can close.
If you have questions from staff, you should keep the public hearing open. If you have questions from council, you can ask outside, yeah.
Thank you for.
Welcome. Appreciate your time. Thanks, Adam.
Can you advise the gentleman that we're not taking questions from the audience anymore?
Yes, yeah, there are no questions from the audience. I did read all the material, I read all the cases, and I may have come to a different conclusion than some of you, but the way I read this is this all turns on, the original case turns on standing. The one case, one homeowner against another homeowner turned on the standing issue, and because they were not a member of that community, Broadmoor, the judge decided that they didn't have standing in that case. Is that how you see it?
Yes, Mayor, and if I may, I thought that this provision kind of stood out to that point. In sum, the court finds plaintiff, meaning Mr. Buck, has no enforceable equitable servitude over defendant's property in the form of the height restriction prohibiting structures and vegetation over 17 feet high. Later on it says, unless the declaration referring to the CC&Rs states otherwise, which it does, these servitudes may be enforced by any owner of a separate interest or by the association or by both. So it is my read, I mean, I defer, of course, to some degree to counsel who's involved in the case. However, my read of Judge Gastelum's ruling was that it really stood on the standing issue, and that the uphill owners who were simply not, as counsel pointed out, paid members of the association lacked that standing.
All right, and it's also my understanding that this is not a view protection. It's just in the covenants itself. It's a height restriction. It doesn't talk about views being blocked. It talks about height of trees and bushes and other growth.
That's how I see it, Mayor. I went back and looked at the supplemental CC&Rs, which refer to the height restriction. I was looking for maybe a reference to a ocean view or sea view. I did not see that. It appears to be, whatever the intent is, may be separate, but the language itself does not refer to that.
Okay.
All right. I have a question, Matt.
Yes, go ahead.
Matt, if there's litigation around this issue, and I hope there's not, does the prevailing party get attorney's fees from the other side?
Very likely.
Okay.
All right. I think we're all done with the questions, so we'll close the public hearing. All right, the public hearing is closed at this point, and is there discussion or a motion or?
I'll kick it off. You know, it's an interesting case from a legal point of view. Being in the title insurance business for 40 years and handling cases, CC&R cases all over Southern California and a number of other states, it raises some interesting questions. I think, Victor, you're right on the issue of standing. I think the court case that was fought clearly was a standing issue, but it doesn't invalidate the CC&Rs. CC&Rs are there, they're valid. I've been involved in a lot of cases where we've enforced these servitudes. There's a restriction, it's specific, it's clear, and it could be enforced if the Broadmoor Association chose to enforce it. They chose not to because the people that are impacted the most aren't members of the association, they're neighbors. But clearly from what we've heard this evening, the purpose of the CC&R language was for the protection of the people on Felicidad. We don't have a view ordinance a view protection law in place that we rely on, but the CC&Rs are valid, they're legal, they're enforceable. I'd hate to see the city do this, but it'd be nice if we had good neighbors, as the lady lawyer mentioned earlier. It'd be nice to solve this amicably. I have a tree in my front yard that was blocking my uphill neighbor a few years ago, and I trimmed it a couple times, and the thing grew so fast, the jacaranda tree, that I had to I just cut it out. And my neighbor was willing to pay for it, but I cut it out because, in addition to our beaches, our views on our hillsides, especially our ocean views, are paramount to the quality of life in San Clemente. They're very, very important. I think that needs to be protected. There's a good example of the city stepping in to resolve neighborhood issues. Earlier this evening, we had the Harbor View Homeowner Association with American Tower. We got involved in that issue, and it cost us some legal fees and some costs, but ultimately that issue was resolved to everyone's satisfaction. And it's sad that the neighbors who have those trees, the comment was made, those palm trees are beautiful, it's part of the coastal environment. Well, nice until it blocks your ocean view, and then it becomes terribly unattractive, immensely unattractive. So I sympathize with that issue. I think we do have the power to do this. The question is, should we? And I'd like to maybe look at some of the legal issues involved in this as we go forward. But those are my thoughts. I'm very disappointed in Broadmoor's unwillingness to fulfill their own obligations, even when their people aren't impacted. But it'd be nice if they were better neighbors. That's all I can say.
I agree, yeah. I share your position. I am disappointed in the Broadmoor residents on the street that are willing to cooperate. I wish they would. I think what I favor is, as one of the attorneys that didn't get notice and didn't know her house was going to be impacted, that if there's a way, and we've done this in the past with the case that was just mentioned, got people to sitting down and talking officially, knowing that the consequences would be, you know, probably a lawsuit if it didn't happen. I think there's a lot of merit to it. Like you, I'm an attorney. I used to be chief counsel of an appellate board, and, you know, it depends on the judge you get a lot of the times. We had, you know, maybe 400, 500 administrative law judges, and we reviewed all their cases, but, you know, from one judge to the other, you get a different decision. I think it's perfectly fine, and I think there's a merit to this case. I know there was a discussion about, you know, statute of limitations. Well, trees grow too. If you feed them, they continue to grow, and it could 5 years, it could have not blocked anybody's views, but now it blocks views. So I would like to see if we can move this and the parties towards, you know, a resolution somehow or another. But I'm also, you know, thinking, as was recommended by the staff, that, you know, if we assign the rights, you know, maybe it'll force people to come into discussions and mediate, and find somebody that can mediate this, and see if we can come up to some kind of resolution that doesn't involve another legal battle. Because I think, you know, I actually have faith in people still. Yeah, and I have faith in the people in San Clemente that, you know, when they come to the table and they sit down and they talk, and, you know, maybe it's a few homes that say, hey, we can do this, we can do that. Maybe you could find a resolution, but if we can't, I'm inclined to assign our rights. But
I have absolutely no legal training whatsoever, none. But I looked at the pictures, and I look at Delicata, and I look down the slope, and there's no trees. Why? Because if there's trees blocking the people on Delicata, they call and complain to the HOA, and the HOA probably makes them trim. And the next as you go down. That's why you don't see any trees going west. Well, if the people on Delicata would just kind of think of that the same way as their neighbors up on the next street up, and the views that are being invaded the same way their views would have been looking down the slope. And so I think the young lady attorney spoke very, very eloquently, and I think certainly they should be able to find a way to be good neighbors and just in this issue. That being said, agreement was made 50 years ago to let them steepen the slope and not have a sidewalk. And why did they get that entitlement? Because they were going to respect the views, or respect the height limitation of vegetation and residences on Delicata, and they're not doing that. I lived in an HOA for years. My wife was on the HOA board, and it didn't take a complaint. If somebody parked an RV on their lawn and was out there, had their family stay in as like a guest house, didn't take anybody to complain. The HOA went down and they took care of it, and there was numerous situations like that. So I do respect the management. I think, Guy, I forgot your name, but you were very, very transparent and candid, and I appreciate that. I don't know about the board, what they're doing. To me, if I lived in an HOA, I would expect a little bit more intervention to keep my neighborhood, whatever the HOAs were. So again, I'd like to see it handled neighborly, but I'd also like to see the people up on the street, Felicidad, get their chance to make their situation known again, withstanding.
I concur with what everyone's saying. I would just, a few adages are coming to mind, you know, do unto others as you want done unto yourself, love your neighbor as yourself, good fences make good neighbors, in this case, good view lines make good neighbors. And it seems to me that there's a bit of selective enforcement going on, a little bit of double standards going on for the rest of the Broadmoor community, that some have to have their standards enforced while others don't. And that just seems wrong on so many levels. I would encourage the residents of the rest of the Broadmoor community that in order to avoid any sort of litigation on the entire HOA, to bring this to the Broadmoor board and say, hey, what can we do to make sure that this is enforced on that street? I think it's interesting to me that we are having this entire discussion because we have a few people that just don't want to appreciate their neighbors. I mean, it seems like we've spent so many hours on this, and it could be avoided so easily. So my recommendation would be to come back in a month, give some time for some mediation, to have those residents on Broadmoor who didn't know about this, give them some time to talk and see if there's an amicable solution before we have to go further down this line.
Yes, Chris?
I'll just briefly close it out as the third attorney here on the council. And obviously seconding a lot of that was said before. I don't always agree with things with Steve on things. Steve nailed it with his initial presentation here. And look, I'll just cut to the chase. There's a pathway to resolve this. It's already been discussed. The people up above are willing to pay. They're willing to pay the cost to have these trees taken out. That sounds like a pathway to a resolution. So I'm taken as well by Mr. Silver's opinion that attorney's fees are likely awarded to the victor here in the litigation. That's a pretty powerful leverage point that I think should weigh heavily on the folks at Broadmoor here. So I would agree with the proposal that we don't make a decision tonight, but I would be mindful to those out there that are involved in this that we have all options on the table available to the city, and we don't want to use them. We would prefer that the residents resolve this themselves, and I do want to propose that we give them that opportunity.
Yeah, I would only add is that you have 5 people that any one of us could have been the judge of the case. Independent thoughts, independent evaluation, that have read all the materials. Theoretically, I mean, you can win any case, you can lose any case. You would have 5 people here that would be going against you. So, and your chances of getting a judge like that could be likely too. So I would strongly consider you to see what we can do to resolve this. And I don't know if there's a time or whether you were saying a month to the next meeting. You want to put this over? Or?
Maybe we could add a little bit more, maybe 3 months.
The first meeting in January, maybe?
First meeting in January?
First meeting in January.
Yeah. That between now and the first meeting in January, we give the parties time to negotiate.
Is there not enough time for the board to meet?
Did you say 2 months? 1 month would be very fast.
2 months?
Yeah, that would be helpful if we had a little bit of time to work it out, because board meetings. gathering,
We really can't have any comment anymore.
But he's raising a good point that their board doesn't meet, right? So the board meets
The time
periodically.
limit, there's a lot of discussions that need to take place. We have the authority to exercise the CC&Rs and to enforce them. We can do it. We can assign our rights, as the mayor mentioned, to a party perhaps more interested and let them bear the burden. But I think for the protection of our citizens and their quality of life and views, it's important. Rather than a month, I would say we table this to give the association an opportunity to evaluate the risks that are involved in this council, assuming our obligations, our legal obligations to enforce these CC&Rs, and perhaps talk to the neighbors, and as Chris mentioned, willing to, the Felicide neighbors are willing to bear the cost of the remediation, and give them an opportunity to give it a chance to
I would just note as attorneys, that would be far cheaper than any litigation, right? I mean, so.
Preferable.
All right. So then the motion is then, hold on.
To table our consideration until the parties have an opportunity to visit, rather than put a time certain. I think we can hear back from the parties in due course if they're making progress, and if not, we can certainly take this issue up. Any one of us or 2 of us with this, you, Victor, with the city manager can bring it up, or any 2 of us can bring it back for consideration.
All right, we'll do that then.
Well, I'll make a motion then that we continue this item to a time uncertain. Anything more, city attorney? I think that, okay, that's it. Yeah.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second.
Oh, sorry, you got to hit motion, Chris.
You know, actually,
Oh, it's all down.
Is it working?
well, let's see here. I can read it out. So there was a motion by Councilmember Duncan. It was a second by Councilmember Enmeyer, and you can go ahead and begin your voting, and I will just read it out loud. Mayor Cabral, and that carries 5-0.
All right. Thank you for, all of you for participating, and, I mean,
Success, neither side goes away happy.
That's how you know it's a good compromise, right?
Mr. Mayor, can I,
you want to take a,
well, I was going to say, first of all,
let's get the pump track.
well, the pump track, and now we've got a couple of more public hearings, but can we skip to new business, the pump track?
I'd like to do that, but.
Mr. Mayor, it would be appropriate if Councilmember Loeffler would like to make a motion to that.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we move the item 10C, the pump track, up to the current item that we're about to address now.
Without objection, we'll do that, but.
Take 5 first.
We'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back and hear you.
5 minutes and then the pump track.
Chris. Councilmember Chris.
Take your seats. We're about to begin, or we could put this at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we have another public meeting.
Yes, next
Public
item
hearing.
on the agenda is consideration of accepting a donation for the construction of a pump track at Richard T. Steed Memorial Park, amending the fiscal year 2024-25 capital improvement program and options for project scope and making findings under the California Environmental Quality Act.
And Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a disclosure before we start. Sure. As well as being a council member, I'm also the president of the Friends of San Clemente Beaches and Parks Foundation. The reason I'm disclosing this is because actually we have made a fiduciary commitment to support this project monetarily. I want to say I'm a non-paid board member of the Friends. I don't make the decisions, or we don't make the decisions about what projects we support. We get those recommendations from Beaches and Parks and then agree or disagree to participate. With that being said, also, there's a lot of support out here we can definitely see. And you know, when we're making public comments, you guys sat through a bunch of them, I know just now. If you're all going to say the same thing, you can just step up and say, like, I agree with that, and we can move on and we can get this thing done quickly. So anyway, Mr. Mayor.
So, is there any issue about the disclosures or the potential conflicts? Who did you meet?
Sounds to me like Councilmember Loeffler is making a disclosure, but indicating that he does not have a financial conflict of interest in this matter because he's an unpaid member.
No, the only meeting I ever had is when Ms. Wiley came to our meeting and presented this project, and we voted to support it, that's all.
And what was the organization that?
Friends of San Clemente
Friends of San
Beaches and
Clemente.
Parks
Okay.
Foundation, the current nonprofit of the year.
All right. What item is this?
10C.
10C, all right. And this is not a public hearing, so you don't even have to, well. So let's start at 10C. How many, we'll go with the report here first.
We have 8 speaker cards.
Okay.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Samantha Wiley. I'm the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Director. Before you this evening is the pump track consideration. I'm going to highlight a couple things in the presentation that are from the staff report, but also expand on some of the options. I know that there's quite a few action items we're looking for council this evening. So at the end of all of this, what we're looking to have council consider is accepting a donation from 3 organizations who are in total requesting to donate $320,000 to the city of San Clemente for this project. Part of this consideration tonight is also to identify and finalize the scope of work. There's 2 options before council this evening. There's a 10,000 square foot pump track facility and an 18,000 square foot pump track facility. I will go over in my staff report weighing the pros and cons to each of those areas. And then also I'll tap into where do we find the additional funding beyond the donations that we're receiving. And there's a couple of avenues that the council could consider when we go down that path. So I will continue. Okay, first and foremost, I want to define what a pump track is. I think that's probably my number one question when I get really excited to talk about this project. Somebody who's not aware of the mountain bike community in general typically doesn't know what a pump track is. Maybe they've seen one, but they're not aware of it. In general, it's a looping trail system. It's a paved pathway. It's a course for all-wheel equipment. And when ridden properly, instead of pedaling, there's more of a pumping motion that happens throughout the course. It's accessible for riders of all ages, all skills, and all ability. What are the benefits of a pump track? Why would we go down this pathway? This aligns so strategically with what the city of San Clemente believes in with park systems, providing outdoor recreation space. I I think I preach to the choir with council, knowing that the city prides itself in its parks, its beaches, its outdoor space, and this is an amenity unlike any other. Tonight, we will be looking at this facility, and this would be the first of its kind in Orange County. Alongside of that, the unique element to a pump track is that, again, it is all-wheel, so it could be for scooters, for skateboarders, and for bikes. The recommendation, though, is it is non-motorized, so we wouldn't allow e-bikes or any of those types of other bicycles onto the track. Why are we looking in San Clemente? A couple of things. When we look at park planning, we want to dive into our master plan. This is not just an organization coming to the city saying, we have this idea, we want you to build it. We want to refer back to our guiding light for Parks and Recreation, which is our master plan documents. In 2018, the Beaches Parks and Recreation Master Plan was adopted by the City Council, and part of that, there was a large voice of a desire and a want to see a pump track or bike track facility built in San Clemente. We heard that through the stakeholder meetings, the community meetings, and then again through our surveys as well. 64% of individuals surveyed in the statistically valid survey felt like it was an unmet need. We also saw out of that the 2020 site-specific master plan, which led to the 2023 adoption of the Steed Park plan with a mountain bike hub, a pump track facility. Also in San Clemente, I want to note, and I'll get into this again in a little bit, right where we're looking at, which is the existing dog park site, the large dog park site is where we're focused tonight. Right next to that is a world-class bike trail. The trailhead is on City of San Clemente property, but then it goes into Pendleton and State Park easement land. And it is one of the most well-known bike trails in the industry. And again, I want to highlight this would be the first of its kind in Orange County. Current use, again, if we focus specifically on that trailhead, we see about 8,100 visitors access that trailhead alone to get into the trail. 41% of those individuals come from 92673, and 25% come from 92672. So a huge number of that are our San Clemente residents, which again is another resounding fact that this is a needed amenity and it's important to our community members. Regarding the donation, so I mentioned earlier, we've got 3 organizations that have come forward. The first being Shimano is offering the city $200,000. The Friends of San Clemente Beaches Parks and Recreation is offering $100,000. And the Orange County Mountain Bike Association is offering $20,000. In exchange for all of this, there is a want, and it's in the staff report. There's a want to incorporate a plaque that identifies each of these organizations. None of the organizations have asked for naming rights, nor are they seeking them. They're also not looking for exclusive use at any given time. Shimano has asked that their blue, their logo, that blue, be added into the track design, which is completely feasible. And then the other piece of that is another plaque, or part of that plaque, would also acknowledge a longtime late San Clemente resident, John Kuchesi, who was the San Clemente Cyclery owner, bike shop in town for 35 years. And he passed away a few years back, but it was always his dream. He was one of the very early staunch supporters of mountain biking and spreading the good news of mountain biking to the community and getting people involved. So the ask has also been to honor him as a longtime late resident. So this will break up us into 2 different areas. Again, you're looking at the large dog park site at the end of La Plata. And the facility itself is about 20,000 square feet. For $320,000, which is the entire amount being donated, we could build a 10,000 square foot pump track. You'll see that that's about 50% of the lot. To get to the entire lot space at 18,000 square feet, the City Council has the opportunity to also consider allocating additional funds totaling $300,000 to this project. Obviously, I think it goes to show your smaller track is just going to be a smaller area. It's going to be less of a footprint, limited capacity. The larger facility is going to allow for a greater long-term value. It'll also serve a larger variety of skill sets from beginner, intermediate to advanced. And also it has the potential to host events and other community competitions as well. So these are some renderings that we've been working with the American Ramp Company on. Again, you'll see the 10,000 square foot setup and the 18,000 square foot setup. So it just adds some more detail and features into the track. This is an overlay of what an 18,000 square foot facility would look like on the site. Again, you're serving a broader demographic, including advanced riders. It also somewhat future-proofs the park. We can anticipate growth, and then we can avoid having to come back and expand the park in the future. Comparable projects, these are projects that have been completed within about the $600,000 budget that we're also looking at. The one on the top is actually in California as well, and it was just completed in October, but it's Northern California. A timeline, why is this coming to you this evening? Shimano has expressed an interest to donate these funds by this calendar year end, so they're looking to spend up this money, and they're looking for a commitment from the city if we'd like to move forward with the project. On top of that, the American Ramp Company, which is the #1 pump track building company in the nation, they've actually found an opening in their schedule to potentially squeeze the San Clemente project in beginning February 1st of 2025. If we are not able to commit to that, we would lose that position and likely couldn't get scheduled until 2026. And it's likely that most of these, if not all of the sponsoring organizations would walk away. So I want to talk about options specific to size and funding. Again, in your staff report, I've gone through where we're at with the donated funds. So you have $320,000. Tonight, council could say we want to go forward with that, accepting the donation and moving forward with the 10,000 square foot pump track, and that's it. That's an option on the table for you all. If you'd like to consider the 18,000 square foot track, staff's recommending that you reallocate or appropriate funds from the parks acquisition unassigned fund balance of $100,000. And then also to get to that remaining $300,000, we're looking for $200,000 from another CIP project that's already been approved in this fiscal year budget. In my review of this, and I've looked over this over the last several days, the staff recommendation initially was to look at the Vista Hermosa Meadows project. If you're not familiar with the Meadows, that's where the carnival is held every year. It's those undeveloped fields at Vista Hermosa, adjacent to the soccer fields. That master plan says that there can be an additional potentially 3 soccer fields or multi-purpose fields built in that space. The want was to complete that project this year. Due to a variety of different project timeline issues that have come up, that project hasn't started. So one of the recommendations or considerations is to take 50% of that funding, which is at $400,000, take $200,000 of that and commit it to the pump track tonight. And then we can still continue with at least the design and some of the initial upgrades to the meadows while we come back at another time and finish the surfacing for the soccer fields. The second option that might appeal to council as well is to consider reallocating the funds designated for the dog parks at San Luis Rey Park and San Gorgonio Park. Council might recall that we've had conversations about off-leash dog access for some time. We actually broke up in 2 phases these 2 dog park expansions. For a total of $280,000, we were intending to do design and construction over 2 years. Staff might recommend, if the other direction is to, again, keep it in 2 phases, but take $200,000 from the dog parks and allocate it to the pump tracks. Keep $80,000 for the dog park design, allow staff to go out and get a shovel-ready project, and then potentially seek grant funding on the backside or other sponsorships. Something very similar could happen with the meadows as well, but I want to make sure council has both of those options. The other projects that are in parks acquisition, the one is the skate park expansion, which staff do not recommend taking any money from that. And then the other one was the errant ball netting at Vista Bahia and also Steed Park, and it's not recommended to utilize that money either. So really the most viable options, if you're looking to make that additional 300, is the meadows and the dog parks. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
All right, did you meet with either of the other organizations to let them know that you were, like the soccer community is, I mean, if we take their money, next week they'll be here and they'll have 1,000 people and they'll say, take the money back. And then we'll have to sit here and say, yeah, let's give you your money back because you got 1,000 people in your group. So did you meet with them and discuss with them this option? Did you give them any notice about that you were trying to take their soccer fields?
Don't diss on the dog park people, too.
No, I'm talking about all of them. Did we reach out to any of these? I like this project, by the way. I think it's fabulous, but I'm just trying to figure out how we do it without offending all the other groups that we've already given the money to, assigned it to, budgeted it, and asked you to start building. And so that's my question.
So to answer your question, we haven't specifically reached out to the soccer groups related to this item. The Meadows project itself was something that most of them didn't expect to get funded to begin with. So when it came up on CIP, I think they were surprised by it, happily surprised, of course. I want to say that, you know, from a programming standpoint and a field allocation point of view, our user groups we're making it work. Could every city use more ball fields? Absolutely. That's always going to be a yes, no matter where you go. But to our knowledge, to staff's knowledge, our organizations are not carrying wait lists. They're not turning children away from participation. We still have field space available on many days, so there are still options. So it's still a viable option. From the dog park side, I would still want to work very quickly to find an alternate location for a dog park, but we still have a dog park available. Even if the pump track is built on that space, there is still a second dog park at Steed Park that would be for all dogs.
I'm trying to get to is the point that we've already voted as city council, given you direction to do certain things, and I'm trying to figure out how this is back up contrary to our direction.
Yeah, I do appreciate that, Mayor. I think at the end of the day, what happened is we were presented with an opportunity from outside funding, private-public partnership. Certainly it wasn't expected at that time, but this is really, this is the ideal scenario that we've been asking for the community to come forward is we want to build parks, but can you meet us halfway? Yeah. Can you find the 50% funding and we can get the other 50%? The skate park lighting is a good example of that. That's how we've gotten projects to the finish line. So the soccer community hasn't committed anything to the Meadows. That is 100% a Parks Acquisition Fund project. This one is unique is that, in that there is some private funding available as well.
Is there any other projects in Parks and Recreation we could cut that could give us money?
Not that, well, you could look into the general fund, but I will say that, you know, the council over the last year or so has reallocated a lot of funding and diverted it to the sand projects, which is a huge priority. Yeah. But that has really tightened our belt a lot on where we're at with any available funding. So what's presented here tonight is specifically Parks Acquisition funding, not general fund money. So, and we're pretty limited in Parks Ac.
Okay. That's all I have.
So if we were to take 200,000 from the Meadows project, that leaves 200,000, right? Okay, so you could start going forward on the planning and all the pre-construction that we'd have to do anyway. What do you feel is the opportunity for grants or other funding to back gap that? Do you have any anticipation of when we could possibly get some other funding for that to complete the project?
Yeah, there's a state grant that becomes available after the first of the year and a federal grant. Those are typically, one of them is a recreation trails grant, so we could look at something along the pump track or in that area. The other grant is the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which is a federal grant specific for outdoor opportunities. The Meadows, the soccer field project, is a prime candidate for that. I can't say for sure that we would get it or not, but it certainly is a very typical project that they would fund. And the Land and Water Fund does require a 50% match. So by maintaining the 200,000, we would be asking for the balance of 200,000. And then we do have a couple of other organizations that have expressed an interest in helping to sponsor the development of the meadows. Those are local businesses that staff can certainly pursue as well.
Any other? Nothing?
Questions?
Yeah. Any questions?
Mr. Hollins?
Yes.
You know, Mayor, one thing I would add is that the soccer field at Vista Hermosa Park is way further along in the process. It's already part of the master plan. It's already got the irrigation. It's further along in the process than the dog parks. The dog parks at this point at both San Luis Rey and San G are kind of in their infancy. We haven't gone out to the neighborhoods. Those are, I'm just adding that the soccer field is further along in the process than those dog parks, and I think that's an important consideration, and just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Just a quick question, if I could. The grant money that Samantha mentioned for the meadows, is that for 50% funding or for 100%? Just 50?
50%, yes.
Do we have any private funds to back that up at this point?
Potentially for meadows, we could look at private funding and grants, a combination of.
Presently, we don't have anyone on deck for that.
I do have one interested party, if you will.
All right. No further questions?
Comments?
Let's hear from the speakers.
I'll call the first several speakers. Dustin Brady, followed by, it looks like Cam Zink, followed by Milo, followed by Brandon Lascelles. Dustin?
Members of the City Council and Mayor, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Dustin Brady, and I'm here not only as a lifetime resident, but also as a local business owner and a representative of Shimano, who plans to make a donation to the city in support of a pump track here, a project that I believe will be meaningful investment in the health and attractiveness of our community. First and foremost, as a resident, I understand how important it is to have spaces that bring people together and promote an active lifestyle. We have world-class surf, a skate park, pickleball courts, sports fields, and a growing mountain bike scene, all of which bring people together and visitors to our city. Samantha defined what a pump track was, but my favorite quote to describe a person on a pump track is, "One's speed is a variable of their skill. More skill equals more speed. Less skill equals less speed through the track." Why is that important? It's a facility that encourages outdoor recreation for people of all ages and abilities. Families can spend time together, children can develop their skills and confidence, and we as a community can embrace a healthier way of living. I need that. Next, I'd like to explain why Shimano intends to make a donation. Simply said, it matches our mission statement of closer to nature, closer to people, which is done through the products we make, but also through philanthropic infrastructure investments. This year, we have funded projects in Tasmania, Vancouver Island, the Los Sierras, various projects throughout Europe, and hopefully with your approval here in San Clemente. With the infrastructure of places to ride and places to develop skill, we get people outside and we create foundation for growth. Shimano wants to make this donation to San Clemente because you have shown, and those before you, a long-term commitment to outdoor recreation through skate parks, pickleball courts, and various sports fields. By approving this project, San Clemente will lead and set a powerful example for other municipalities in progressive development and put an exclamation point on our two- and four-wheeled culture here. Our city can become a model of how to balance innovative recreational projects with economic and social growth. Finally, you'll see a bunch of yellow in the room tonight. On this shirt states a slogan, "Together we ride." Approving this pump track isn't about just building a facility, it's about building a stronger, healthier, and more connected community for everyone. I urge you to meet the community and our funding halfway to build something truly special that will benefit a wider variety of people and approve this project as a progressive step forward in our city's legacy. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I believe the next speaker is it Cam? Followed by Milo, followed by Brandon Lascelles, and then Natalie Urego.
Please line up if you're next in line so we can get right to the next speaker. Yeah.
Hello, good evening. My name is Cameron Zink. I have been a professional mountain biker for over 20 years. It has given me everything. It is a great life, all directly due to mountain biking and life on two wheels. It's one of the best activities for my kids, and Dustin said pretty much everything there is to say about it, but I just want to express how important these facilities are. I mean, mainly they're relatively unknown because pump tracks have only really been around for about 10 years, but it's a new modern skate park. The skate park here is packed. We have plenty of soccer fields. My son plays soccer. I have a dog. There's dog parks, but there aren't any pump tracks. And you will see if this is approved that it is going to be insane how many kids are there, how many families are there. Moms being able to just have another activity to take their kids, aside from surfing, all the other great activities that San Clemente offers. I'm a new resident. I moved here for all of those reasons, but mountain biking was a huge contingency. The trails just over, across the street are one of the big reasons why I moved here, and to add a pump track to it will bring lots of talent from around the world, huge economic impact, and it is something that you will definitely not be bummed that you agreed to it. And there's great opportunity pressing with matched funds. I think that there's a bit of sense of urgency with that. It spreads the load a little bit for the financial responsibility, but that's all I can say is that you will not be disappointed, and it will bring amazing things to the community. Thank you. Cheers.
Milo?
Yep. Good evening. My name is Milo. I'm with Bikeworks, a local business bike shop. I'm also a resident, and for what it's worth, I'm also an attorney, although I'm the one here with the short sleeves and the T-shirt. My passion for mountain biking started 5 years ago at the dog park. It's where it was ignited. It's a really, really special place to ride, to also crash, which is part of the riding. The reason it's special is it has everything from green trails to advanced trails for riders. It allows for e-bikes, which is something that's not common, parks in OC. It's an area where other brands test their prototypes. They have training for their professionals. In fact, Cameron Zink, as he mentioned, he just moved here. He just started a bike brand. He didn't share that he's also a mountain bike Hall of Famer. But with that type of personality and that type of draw, that's just another sort of reason why this pump track and the timing of it really makes sense to do at this time. Plus, of course, the money that's being offered. The hard work that volunteers have mostly put in over the years at the dog park to create first-class or world-class riding is part of the reason why the creation of the pump track next to it definitely makes sense. Aside from the benefits you've already heard about physical activity, skill improvement, what I wanted to sort of focus on a bit more was the inclusion part and how that leads into the economic benefits or the ROI for both the community and for the other businesses here. On the inclusion side, San Clemente has some great riding. You can ride at the beach trails. There's road bikers. You have the mountain bikers on the mountains, like we've mentioned. You have cross-country riders everywhere between that. The creation of the pump track essentially makes it so all disciplines of riding can now happen here in San Clemente to create a destination city essentially for great surfing, fantastic restaurants, and now you have, again, world-class biking. Aside from the fact that there are no other pump tracks in Orange County, just one just got opened up in LA. So if you wanted to have that experience, you have to go either down to San Diego, Riverside, out to the bike parks that are even further away. I know the movie Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. I'm positive that's going to happen. I say that because we've already seen it based on just the writing that we have now. You have people that fly in, people that come from San Diego. With the pump track created, you'll have groups, pump track clubs that'll come out to ride. You'll have group events. As Ms. Wiley mentioned, you could have competitions and races as well. That brings in tourism. I'm running out of time. I'll quickly hit. You have other big bike brands here. You have YT, which is a huge manufacturer. You have components like Crank Brothers. They make wheels, grips, shoes, etc. They'll also be impacted positively. The restaurants, they have group events at restaurants and bars and stuff like that. So again, everyone's winning here. So thank you.
Brandon Lascelles, followed by Natalie Urego, followed by Bridget Smith.
Good evening, council and staff. My name is Brandon Lascelles. I am a middle school PE teacher, and I own a couple summer camps and camps for kids in town here, including Epic Summer Mountain Bike Camp. This will be my, I think, 7th year doing mountain biking here in San Clemente, teaching the youth and adults private lessons, summer camps through the city's San Clemente Recreation Department. So just saying, in the past 7 years of me being an instructor here in town and watching the kids grow up and stuff, there's definitely a growing demand for camps and lessons and trails and pump tracks. So this is going to be an awesome way to support the community and health and mental health especially. And it's a perfect little spot down there at the dog track, dog park next to all the trails. And just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak. And yeah.
Good evening, council members. My name is Natalie Urego. I'm an English teacher at San Clemente High School and the founding chapter leader of Swirl Orange County, which is a local skate group that uplifts community through skateboarding. Girl Swirl is now the largest skate collective in the entire world. As someone who works closely with young people, I see the importance of providing spaces where they can build confidence in healthy ways. Swirl Orange County hosts events every other week here with 20 to 40 girls ranging from ages 5 to 65, most of whom are hesitant to visit regular skate parks. Stair jumps and sharp edges aren't fit for surf skating. They can be intimidating and they require a really advanced skill level. However, we're all excited about the prospect of the 18,000 square foot design because of its accessibility. The constructions of both a warm-up and grand track sends a strong message that San Clemente supports skaters of all abilities. Currently, the nearest tracks are in Del Mar and Inglewood, and your communities right now are willingly driving over an hour to reach them. Last Friday alone, we hosted an event at the Del Mar track, which garnered thousands of online views, over 70 RSVPs, and proved an incredible success. Beyond skating, these trips stimulate local businesses and create community experiences. We come, we skate, we get hungry, we really want to go out to eat after. We can add skate lessons and programs via Parks and Recreation and enhance San Clemente's reputation as a historic surfing and skating community. Elevating it in relation to all other beach towns in California, as Councilmember Duncan called it earlier tonight, the greatest beach city and surf town in the entire world. This proposal aligns with our broader goals as a community to create spaces that promote health, inclusivity, and positive youth development. It's an investment not just in infrastructure, but in our future. I strongly encourage the council to accept this donation and move forward with this project. Thank you so much.
Bridget Smith, followed by Micah Figueroa, followed by David Browning.
Hello, my name is Bridget Smith. I'm a local mountain bike racer. I've been racing since I was just a wee little kid in probably about 7th grade. So I've been racing for nearly 7 years now, and I can really see personally firsthand, I see the benefit of cycling and outdoor recreation that has in our youth communities. It would offer an opportunity to keep young people engaged in healthy, positive activities. It would give them a safe, constructive outlet in their energy, helping them stay out of trouble and make lifelong friends. It fosters a belonging and encourages a healthy lifestyle that lasts a lifetime. As we all know, our communities and everyone in the nation's growing closer to spending more time indoors. Getting rushed life things done often led us to spend the majority of our times indoor, glued to our screens and confined in our homes and offices. And for many, the idea of getting outside seems less convenient and even intimidating. Today, our generations are farther from nature than any before, which is disappointing, knowing the benefits that comes with outdoor recreation. It significantly boosts serotonin levels in the brain, which is in turn increases motivation, mood, and overall happiness, which research has shown that students who engage in outdoor activities tend to be higher performers, not just in sports, but also in academics. A pump track would provide a controlled and comfortable environment for people to experience the outdoors, easing the intimidation that often comes with trying something new or unfamiliar. It would be a space where kids and adults alike can ride their bikes, have fun, and develop their skills in a safe, supportive setting. More importantly, it would increase the accessibility to outdoor activities, encouraging young people who often are the most at risk for mental health struggles to get outside and to get active. Anxiety, depression, and stress are at all-time highs, and many of us are looking for ways to relieve that pressure. Spending the time outside has proven to reduce stress, lower blood pressure, and improve overall well-being. The pump track expansion would be the perfect way to create an outlet for people to escape stresses in daily life, get moving, and experience mental health benefits of being outdoors. Moreover, the pump track provides an affordable opportunity entry point into biking sports. It doesn't require an expensive bike to enjoy the track or be safe. It's not about having the most expensive equipment, it's about having fun, building skills, and being part of a community. For that, I say we should give our kids the tools to build lifelong healthy relationships with outdoors.
Micah Figueroa, and the final speaker is David Browning.
I'm Micah Figueroa, 15-year-old mountain biker, and I'll be talking about benefits of having a pump track in our community. This city would benefit so much from pump tracks. As a kid from this area, I know all the great things about it, but I also know what we are missing: pump tracks. It won't only be what we are missing, but it will fix one of the city's problems. Kids often ruin landscapes and turn them into dirt messes, making the city look bad, causing complaints, and repelling people from visiting. All we need to do is get this great group of people, committed people, to creating these game-changing pump tracks and setting a brighter future for our city and generations to come. Together, we can put in all of our greatest efforts to becoming a closer and more welcoming community. Think about it. Building these pump tracks will help our community grow and resolve our issues. All we need is approval to make this dream come to life. Benefits of having pump tracks in our community. Number 1, physical activity. Pump tracks provide a fun and engaging way for community members to stay active and healthy. Riding pump tracks requires agility, strength, and endurance, making it an excellent form of exercise. Number 2, community building. Pump tracks provide a space for community members with similar interests to come together, socialize, and build relationships. This can help foster a sense of community and belonging. Number 3, skill development. Riding pump tracks can help develop bike handling skills, balance, coordination, and timing. It also provides an opportunity for community members to learn from each other and improve their riding abilities. Number 4, thrill and excitement. Pump tracks offer an exhilarating experience for riders, creating a sense of excitement and adventure within the community. Number 5, youth engagement. Having pump tracks in a community can provide a positive and constructive activity for young people, encouraging them to stay active and engaged in outdoor activities. Number 6, tourism and economic benefits. Well-known pump track spots can attract visitors from other areas, potentially boosting local businesses and tourism in the community. Overall, having pump tracks in a community can promote physical activity, community engagement, and skill development while providing an exciting and enjoyable recreational opportunity for people of all ages, growing the community like never before. Thank you.
Give that kid an A, Mayor. This is familiar to me. I'm always behind these kids on the trails too, right? I can be the last one out. My name is David Browning. I am the president of Orange County Mountain Bike Association. I'm also a business owner and a property owner here in San Clemente, and we're one of your sponsors to tonight's agenda item. You probably figured out we sort of stacked the deck. So hopefully we did the right thing and said different things from everybody. But you heard tonight from industry. You have big industry in San Clemente, bike industry. You heard from professionals that underrated their capabilities. I mean, Cam Zink is the top of the stack, and he moved here because this is San Clemente, right? You had small business, Milo talking about the small business and the support to the economy and small business. Our skate friends and the ability to use this track for skaters as well as for bikers. We brought the kids in. That's kind of important, the riders. And you can probably imagine I got a little resistance. There were a few other kids that wanted to talk tonight, right? You see the yellow shirts? We got a little support here. So I don't want to take more of your time up. A couple items we'd like to request. First and foremost, obviously, we would appreciate your support, your vote, not only to accept the donations. Hopefully that's pretty easy. We were really excited in May of '23 when the whole park revamp came through and there was a pump track on that. And we got to work. We started working on finding funds for you because we thought it was our obligation as part of the community to match and be partners with you, the city, in building this pump track. So we've done that. We brought that forward. We also very much would like to have your support with your matching dollars. It's very important to us. It delivers the best experience. An 18,000-foot park, you will have in that park, as a result, you'll have asphalt surface. That ensures, first of all, the skating capability. Second of all, the sustainability. It's an easier maintenance surface. It will give you a warm-up track, which really makes it more of a family-oriented than we're already talking about. So now we'll have warm-up, we'll have pump track, we'll have the trails next door in San Onofre State Beach. We will have a true MTB hub, an experience center that's going to bring everybody here, right? So we want to have your support for both levels of that in partnership. Samantha kind of stole our thunder there a little bit because she mentioned the fact that you're going to be the first in the county. And I think this is really important. So my job is to find places for people to ride. That's what we do, Orange County Mountain Bike Association. And so I've got a pretty good capture on pump tracks that might be considered in other places, and they're just not there. And if you look, you got all these kids out here. These are athletes. They're just like a basketball player, a baseball player, a football player. How many places do we have in the city today for those athletes? How many places have we set aside funds for those athletes to pursue their interest? It's as great an interest that leads to careers, that leads to business. We are on the cusp with this donation, with this time frame. We can provide the first pump track in Orange County and the first place where a city, a forward-thinking city like San Clemente, has stood up for their youth athletes. So thank you, thank you, thank you for your support.
I just want to start off by thanking all the students who came here tonight. I think you should definitely take those speeches and give them to your English teachers and show them the video of what you said tonight, because and ask for extra credit, because those were some great persuasive essays that you wrote there. So well done on that. And I'll go from whoever wants to chime in, but yeah.
I had a question about the location. Have we considered the property north of Target? We've got about 100 acres there of very hilly country that's open space, but I think this would be a permissible use. The facility could be larger and with more depth in terms of the three-dimensional aspect. Was that location considered at all?
No, it wasn't, not at this time, only because where we're looking at it's ready to go, and it can be done quickly, but certainly that is an option. There's quite a few goat paths that have been created in that area, so we know that the mountain bike community does like that space as well.
But if the space, the dog park space now is flat.
Yes, that's a key piece to that.
The price to go and flatten out a hill is probably going to be more than what this is going to be, probably.
Yeah, Councilmember Noblock, I think you're onto something with that as a usable space. I think in staff's vision, we'd like to expand our trail system to include portions of that open space area, which is totally feasible. It is, yeah. But for a pump track, it's nice to have a pretty well-graded surface to start our project on.
Well, I'm in support of the project. I mean, what else to say? My son plays soccer too. Obviously, like Samantha said, we always need more soccer fields, more fields for our kids. But I can tell you that there are enough fields to manage our programs right now. And this is just one of these situations where you have an unexpected infusion of investment. You have a vibrant community. You have a location actually at the trailhead of an incredible trail system where it sort of all comes together and makes a ton of sense. So I'm going to be supportive of it, and I'll make the motion or be part of the motion whenever we get to that point.
Yeah, I'll tell you, when Samantha first brought this project to the foundation, I didn't know anything about pump tracks. Our foundation board members reigned the gamut of people, walks of life. And so before the presentation, I started calling some of our donors, who also span an entire gamut of people, ages, and everybody was extremely excited about the thought of having a pump track in our city. And then the board met, and from 30-year-olds to, we have a 84-year-old board member, and they were all just stoked that we could be part of a project like this. So it was unanimous that we wanted to participate as a board, and if the council is so mindset to do that, then they're going to be happy. They're going to be happy to write a check, and it's not too often that our board is happy to write a check, but this is one of those times.
I just want to echo what my fellow council members have said. I'm ecstatic about this idea. This is going to be fantastic for our youth, fantastic for our physical endurance, for our all age ranges are going to love it. I will say though, I think it'd be great if our city could really start looking at a bike lane in front of the high school going eastbound, so that our participants on there can then make an easy ride to North Beach, a safe ride to North Beach, and then partake in the food hall that's going to be built there, and it's coming down the line. So I'm just putting that out there for our staff to consider.
Councilmember, that's not on the agenda.
It's a bike-related issue, yeah.
One last thing, just, this is not saying that we're not going to get those soccer fields. I am confident that we can get those matching funds and get those soccer fields built. This isn't taking one away from the other. The one that makes this so important, though, is I think the matching funds are going to walk away from this, and that's one thing that's compelling about the timing.
Yeah, City Manager, you want to opine on that?
Yeah, I think it's important that this not be or, it be and. And rather than the city council maybe taking some kind of a stance that would remove these projects tonight, if you would give us, maybe just a little bit of time to go back and sharpen our pencils a little bit, and maybe look at coming up with those matching funds without taking any of those projects off the panel. I'd rather see if there's a way to do that and make this an and rather than an or, because this is not competition. This isn't soccer players versus bike riders. This is seeing if there's some way that we can really work hard to see if there's a possibility we can do both, because I think both are necessary.
But with that caveat, when you say sometimes when the city says it needs some time, that's a lot of time.
no.
And we're within 2 weeks of losing matching funds.
I'm talking more the 2-day realm than the 2-week realm.
No,
Yeah. No, I understand. I understand the time constraints, but I'd sure like to see if we can explore and see if we can't make this an and instead of an or.
Yeah. I just, hold on. I wanted to make my comments now. I think it's a great project. I have no problem with, receiving those matching funds. I can tell you I was concerned and still am concerned about taking funds from one group to another, because, when that happens and it's the last group, next week, the other group comes in, we say, well, let's take it from you. And we have a budget process where and I understand this is different, but we have a budget process where we look at the whole year and we know how much money. And sometimes there are issues like this, and this is a great opportunity for us, and I understand that. I don't want to take the money, though, under any circumstances from the soccer project. I'm willing to look at, the other projects that, find other ways to come up with the money. Sometimes we can do it, often we can, and I think in these circumstances, maybe we'll take it out of the Parks and Recreation fund, but we'll find the money somewhere. And so I do support the project under those circumstances.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the 18,000 project, the larger project. We've got to go all in. The stars have aligned here. When the stars align, you kind of got to look past some of the normal things that you would do. I have no problem giving the city discretion. I mean, I would say, we do have need for dog parks, right? And so I do like the idea of moving it from the Vista Hermosa, just because I think that would be easier and cleaner, and we would still have the opportunity to do the soccer. But I have no problem as part of the motion.
I would second that motion.
Giving the city manager the authority to figure that out along with Samantha. But let's go for the big one.
I would second
Location,
that.
is that what you're saying?
Yeah, at the current location, yes, of course, yes.
All right.
Just to clarify, though, if the city manager can't find it somewhere else, they go ahead with it coming out of the
Oh, it's going to
the
happen.
meadows?
It's just their discretion about if they can, if there's a way to make sure that no other projects are sacrificed in order to make this happen.
That's correct. The best way to do that would be to appropriate it from the Parks Acquisition Fund, the additional monies, and then we will make sure that the soccer field gets funded as well. I will find a way to make sure that that happens. Again, I want this to be an and, not an or.
Okay, with that wording, I'd support the first step.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a recommendation for the council, that motion be made with respect to altering Resolution 24-172, because part of staff's recommendation in there was some CEQA findings, which need to be made with respect to this project, that it's consistent with the prior environmental findings. So it would be consistent with your motion, Councilmember Duncan, if you move to approve Resolution 24-172 with the change that the money would be appropriated from the Park Acquisitions Fund.
Yeah, I move to approve the staff recommendation to adopt resolution number 24-172 with the addition that the money will be, at the discretion of the city manager, be appropriated from the Park Acquisition Fund.
I'll second that. All right.
Yeah, I think it'd be a mistake not to take advantage of Shimano and the Friends donation, a major contribution that is really to be commended. So, great project.
Thank you. I think the question's been called, so.
Carries 5-0.
All right. Congratulations. Thank you. Next item.
And I do love that the skate community gets to be part of this. That's awesome.
2 minutes, yeah. 2 minutes.
I'm missing dinner.
Okay. Moving on to item 8B, back to public hearings. This is introduction, first reading of an ordinance approving zoning amendment ZA 24-193 to Title 17 zoning of the San Clemente Municipal Code to add Chapter 17.26 objective design standards for multifamily residential and residential mixed-use development, amending Section 17.32.030 residential zone uses, amending Section 17.36.020 commercial zone uses, amending Section 17.40.030 mixed-use zone uses, and amending Section 17.56.090 housing overlay to add certain sites previously identified in the housing element in accordance with California housing laws and the City of San Clemente's certified housing element, and finding that the zoning amendment is exempt from CEQA per the community plan exemption pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 21083.3 and CEQA guidelines sections 15183, 15060C, and 15061B3.
Reports.
Thank you, Megan, for reading that, so I didn't have to. My name is Zach Cream. I'm a principal planner with the City of San Clemente. With me is Monique Emerson, the city's land use and design. So this is item 8B. It's implementation of the city's housing element action plan, including objective design standards, a housing overlay, and a zoning amendment. Here's a background slide showing that this whole effort is implementing the city's housing element, which implements state law. The council in 2022 and the state in 2022 certified a housing element. In the housing element, we have this housing action plan, and within the housing action plan is an implementation program. Within the implementation program are goals, strategies, and programs to implement the housing element. So here's one of the goals and four of the programs that this zoning ordinance would implement. And generally, it provides some new housing sites where housing can be developed. It allows by right approval for projects that provide at least 20% affordable units. It brings the city's zoning ordinance closer into conformity with State Bill 35 and provides streamlining for projects that meet certain standards, but it will apply objective design standards to those projects. And then finally, we're proposing to amend our existing affordable housing overlay and expand that into a housing overlay. This is the existing affordable housing overlay. It was adopted in 2006. It's primarily a commercial and mixed-use strip along El Camino Real. And it allows for qualified housing projects, which currently must provide 50% of the housing units at an affordable, very low, or low-income level, subject to some other zoning requirements, and most of those projects require planning commission review. This next slide shows the actual affordable housing projects that the city has experienced in the last 20 years, and only one or two of those projects has taken advantage of the standards here. The city held some listening sessions, the Planning Commission did, and our consultant did with staff. And we also created some focus groups with property owners and project developers. And the primary thing we heard is that this program hasn't been effective because the 50% low-income threshold was too high for a project that was trying to turn a profit through conventional financing. Most of these projects are 100% affordable housing, which will still be allowed and encouraged by the city and the city's housing element, but they're financed in different ways. The incentive program that the city has on the books wasn't creating this housing. So what we're proposing and what basically state law has mandated us to do and what we committed to in the housing element 2 years ago is to convert our existing affordable housing overlay into a housing overlay. We would add the 6 sites in red, which are in other parts of the city, not along El Camino Real. We would keep the same strip along El Camino Real, and we would change the threshold from the 50% very low income to 20% low income or 40% moderate income. Moderate income units are still a category of affordable housing as defined by the state and the federal government. And it wouldn't change any allowances or incentives for 100% market rate residential development. It also wouldn't change any existing commercial zoning rules or mixed income zoning rules. Anything that's allowed on the red properties, which are commercial properties, would still be allowed. It would just also allow housing. So what is an overlay? Like I just said, the overlay doesn't cancel out the underlying zoning, whether that be medium or high density residential or commercial. It just also allows other uses subject to specific regulations and incentives to go on top of those zoning districts. A lot of this is within the coastal zone, which builds on some other state laws and some other state policies. It's hard to develop affordable housing in the coastal zone, whether in San Clemente or other cities. And then also in the coastal zone, we have to preserve our lower cost overnight accommodation, motel, hotel stock. These are policies that are already in the city's general plan, subject to the coastal land use plan that says we're going to do our best to preserve lower cost and moderate cost hotels. Here's a table that we have showing some of the existing hotels we have in the coastal zone, and then there's quite a few more hotels along El Camino Real south that are just outside the coastal zone. And that pretty much concludes the context. I could talk a lot more about that, and we did talk a lot more about that with the Planning Commission and at public hearings, but that's why we have to do this. We're already subject to all those state laws. We've committed to it in the housing element. If we don't pass these standards today, we could be under duress from state regulators as well as from private developers that wouldn't be subject to any design standards. They could come in and propose projects today, and we would be hard-pressed to apply the design standards that we're proposing as part of this package. So Monique is going to talk more at length about the standards.
Good evening. I'm Monique Emerson, and I'm a planning consultant. So I'm going to be talking about the objective design standards. So these are the areas that are architecturally different that are proposed within the code. So the objective design standards will be a new chapter in Section 17.26 of the zoning code, and there will be 4 architectural styles: Spanish Colonial Revival, Mission, Surf Zone, and Los Molinos. And you can see on the map there where these areas would be. In red, Spanish Colonial Revival. In orange, that's either Spanish Colonial Revival or Mission. The green is Los Molinos, and that bright blue is Surf Zone. So one thing to note is that these objective design standards, we got most of them from existing design guidelines within the city. So that's important to note. We didn't just we wanted to utilize what the city already does and turn these existing guidelines into actual standards. So if you look in detail at these standards, they come a lot from the design guidelines from the city of San Clemente. A lot come from the Henry Lenny architectural design guidelines. And then also there are some of the standards that come directly from the various specific plans within the city. So what are objective design standards? So objective design standards, or ODS, provide a clear set of design requirements for new development that are measurable and definitive, as opposed to subjective guidelines that require interpretation. So typically guidelines are subjective, so they have preferences, opinions, and they're subject to interpretations, whereas standards are objective, facts, they're verified. In addition, guidelines typically are recommendations, they're not enforceable always, whereas standards are requirements that are enforceable. Guidelines are open to interpretation and they're difficult to measure or verify, whereas standards are measurable and verifiable, and they take the guesswork out. Guidelines typically use words like should or may, whereas standards utilize words like shall, must, or are required to. So before I go into more detail on objective design standards, I did want to just talk a little bit about outreach and engagement. So there was a lot of outreach and engagement as part of this project. There was a community survey that was provided in both English and Spanish. It was available online between February and March of 2023. We did receive 40 responses. We also held stakeholder interviews. Those were held virtually from February and March of 2023. We had five stakeholder interviews. In terms of community workshops, we held one in person and one virtually, again, back in early 2023. So we had, of the 2 workshops held, we had 5 total attendees. We also had additional commission and council outreach. We had a design review. The item went to the design review subcommittee 2 times and to planning commission twice. And every time the item went before the public, we refined drafts. So we heard a lot from the design review subcommittee, for example, and we incorporated their comments into various drafts until we got to the version we're at right now. So next I'm going to talk a little bit about the elements of objective design standards. So there's 3 components, so site design, building design, and architectural design districts. So in site design, we're looking at open space, parking, streetscape, landscape, building equipment, outdoor lighting, signage. All of these things are typically found in design guidelines, but we've just created standards for them. For building design, form and mass, entrances, building edge, and there's additional standards contained in this section. And then I've already mentioned the architectural design districts. Later on in the presentation, I'll show a couple of images that reflect those different styles. So just getting into a little bit more detail of the elements of ODS. So first, building design. So on the right, there is the example that we're utilizing is here in the city. It's Cottons Point Senior Apartments. So this is just used to visualize these elements. So in terms of massing and articulation, what is that? That's the feeling and logic of shape and space. Roof design includes pitch, is a pitch roof, flat roof. It also includes requirements for colors and materials of roofs. Next, character defining features. So character defining features include things like courtyards, paseos, patios, plazas. Next is building design. So with building design, we're looking at things like details on buildings like doors, windows, wall surfaces, ground paving, and colors. And then finally, the optional architectural features or elements include awnings and balconies, decorative elements, and pedestrian walkways. And there's, in the image there, it points to the different areas that we're talking about. Finally, site elements. So site elements are part of objective design standards, and these include landscaping requirements, parking location and design, outdoor lighting, and building equipment and service areas. So next, I'm just going to talk a little bit about the actual code. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I did want to say if the code that's in your packet, there are no images, and we heard from the public that they would like it to be a little bit more user-friendly, a little bit more visual. So we created this guide this supplemental document here that features, it's the code, the language that's in the code supplemented by imagery that points out various requirements in the code to make it more user-friendly and easier to use.
Is that in our packet?
No, it's not in the packet. It's on the long-range planning website, and I think we've got exhibits here.
I can pass out, I have a couple here to pass out. So here is an example from this, or a page from this supplemental document. This page goes through parking requirements. As you can see, there's language and requirements on the left-hand side. And then there's, on the right-hand side, just illustrations of, that help guide a user to understanding what we're actually requiring. So in this case, we have an example of a parking structure, planted patio space. We're demonstrating how parking lots should be broken up with landscape areas, all of which are contained in the objective design standards. This next page goes through building design standards. Again, the requirements are on the left and imagery on the right to help the reader understand the requirements. This next slide is related to building street edge. Again, a lot of these images come from the Henry Lenny design guidelines. So just so you know, they're very specific to San Clemente. We utilized a lot of existing imagery to visualize these requirements. This next slide is related to architectural design elements. This is the first section dealing with Spanish colonial revival. And another example of the same section that's talking about mission. And that is I'll hand it off to Zach.
This is the last slide, just back to the context. Again, we went to Planning Commission. They provided a recommendation to the City Council. They didn't approve any specific action other than the recommendation that it be exempt from CEQA, and that they made some tweaks on the mic during a pretty lengthy hearing to the standards themselves. They also heard the issue that you may hear from the public, and that is in some of the correspondence packets, about hotel-motel conversions. There's been some communication that hotels and motels provide an opportunity for affordable housing, and there's a provision in the zoning ordinance that would restrict certain hotels and motels from being converted into affordable housing. So that's been a community concern. The Planning Commission heard that, and they felt comfortable with the staff recommendation on that provision, at least as is. And they also supported the staff recommendation on converting the affordable housing overlay into a housing overlay with the tweak in income provisions. So these are all recommended actions bundled together. It's the standards that we just heard about, as well as the housing overlay, as well as the zoning table amendments. And with that, here's the recommended actions, is that you approve an ordinance that would approve a zoning amendment, and that you find that zoning amendment exempt from CEQA.
Just one quick one. So the Planning Commission had been looking for the council to adopt objective design standards for multi-use properties, and were these incorporated in what your final product was?
These standards would be added to the zoning code, and they would apply within that housing overlay that we're creating, and they would apply for any project that, pursuant to state law, the city's obligated to review in a streamlined way that can't go through a lengthy public hearing process. So that was the recommendation of the Planning Commission, that these standards are adequate to carry out basically the work they already do. We used some real projects, including that Cottons Point senior project that was just on the screen a minute ago. So we used that to try and create standards that the Planning Commission has applied pretty consistently, and they found that in totality, this is adequate to carry out planning for the projects we're required to. We're not disbanding Planning Commission mandates for all projects, just the ones we're required to approve in a streamlined way.
Thank you.
Question, in the objective design standards, did you have any examples of the Los Molinos style architecture? Is that in our?
Yeah, it's one of the last pages in that, yes.
I looked, I didn't see it, maybe I flipped too quick.
It's towards the end, it's maybe 2 or 3 pages from the
Yeah, it looks
The
like
back.
that would probably be it. Yeah. I don't, do you know what page that's on?
Oh, surf zone, Steve, it's on page 36.
36?
The Los Molinos one.
Well, I think that isn't that the Los Molinos?
No, the Los Molinos, we have on 26 to
Looks
27.
like maybe 38.
26.
Oh, 26.
Los Molinos is also sometimes called the surf ghetto in this town, and the Planning Commission referenced the Los Molinos Brewing Company as a good example, and then some of the smaller surf shops as kind of eclectic industrial architecture.
I don't see much in the way of examples, but this is what you have for that, 26?
I think we're looking at different 26s, sorry. These 26s relate to the packet that is in the exhibits of your staff report. Those 26s are a supplement that was added in the last week.
Okay, so you have a narrative description rather than artwork.
Primarily, yeah.
Oh, Los Molinos, Steve, it's on 39.
That's where we were.
Second to last page. It's on 39 and 38.
Yeah, you were right. Okay, thank you.
All right, any other question? I have a couple. Can you help me understand what you just commented on, the income issue?
Yeah, I'll try. So currently, if you want to qualify for a project that would be a primarily residential project within the existing affordable housing overlay, the affordable housing overlay is areas that are zoned commercial or mixed use along El Camino Real. So if you want to get this incentive from the city that we wanted to see affordable housing produced, when this was implemented in 2006, it allowed property owners on that segment of El Camino Real to develop housing in areas they otherwise wouldn't be allowed to build any housing, whether it be affordable or market rate. If they made 50% of it affordable, they can make 50% market rate, and that might be a higher and better use of their land than a commercial development. What we're proposing now is to expand that area a little bit and to only require 20% of the units to be low income, which is a category of affordable, or 40% moderate income, which is a category of affordable. Those income limits, as you may hear from the community and see in your packet, tend to be pretty high in Orange County. The median income is like $126,000. And the low is a little less than that, the moderate's a little more than that. The state sets monthly rental limits that apply depending on how much you're earning and what type of project is being produced, and whether you're providing that 20% or that 40% in your project. But ultimately, what usually happens is a private property owner develops a project, they sell a portion of that project to a qualified affordable housing provider that manages those units and then rents them out at a lower than market rate to qualified individuals and families.
Is the state telling us that we're required to lower it, or are we just doing this because we want?
We proposed this to the state in 2022 as part of our housing element, which was adopted by us and by the state in the general plan. We said we were going to allow the 20% units of low income for qualifying projects. It was mostly our idea because we weren't getting the qualifying projects at the 50% level. Mm-hmm. The 40% moderate, it was a more recent addition to this package. That's already allowed by other state laws. It's state density bonus law, primarily SB 330 and AB 2097. The types of projects that we would get at the 40% moderate income level, a sophisticated property owner or attorney could already develop those projects today. We're applying them to the housing overlay to make the process a little bit more clear and to make sure we get these design standards to develop attractive, high-quality architecture. But we're not really adding a category of building that wouldn't already be allowed pursuant to state law.
Okay.
So, just to be clear, we haven't seen a lot of development in this area because that 50% affordable housing rate was too high. And so developers found it too expensive to do both. They weren't finding incentive to do it. So in turn, we are lowering that threshold from 50% to either 20% or 40% moderate so that it entices more development for more housing.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Great, excellent.
My question then would be, are we, was this part of our original proposal, or is this something new that we're doing? Are we required by state law to do it?
The 20% was part of our original proposal, and frankly, I think we're going to see more small projects that provide the 20% low income, because then they can provide 80% of the units at the market rate. The 40% was a suggestion that was, I think, provided by city attorney and consultant and staff somewhere at the beginning of this process, because we're already required to approve those projects pursuant to other state laws.
All right, okay. Any other questions? All right, let's hear public comment then.
Lois McNichol? Lois here?
I don't see
I
her.
don't see her, no.
All right,
That's the only speaker card we have.
all right. Then we'll close if there's no other questions, we'll close the public hearing. Okay, the public hearing's closed. Let's go on to discussion.
I'll just start us off and say that 100% we need to, for this, A, it's state mandated that we need to make these changes. B, this is what's going to allow for more housing in San Clemente, which we desperately need if we want to keep workforce population. If we want to have our kids, our grandkids be able to grow up in this town, we need more housing that is that they can afford to live in. So I think this is great proposals, and with that, I'm happy to make a motion to accept them. We'd have to have the reading, yes.
Let's see if there's any other comments first before you make your motion. I don't think there is, but.
I'd like to add the context. I think it was just Steve and I that were there, but I mean, the idea here is we work to get our housing element approved so that we don't get told what to do by the state, right? So there's a little bit of giving a little bit so that there's not total by right development wherever people want to build. And that's kind of what we ended up doing to get our housing element approved. So this sounds like it's part of what we already did to ensure that that there's not unfettered development in town.
All right, you want to make your motion unless you have something?
I think Mark was making a motion.
Mark, do you want to make the
So, let's see.
8B?
Yes, I'm just looking for the wording here. Yeah, to introduce and conduct the first reading of ordinance number 1784. Do you need me to read it, or?
I'd be happy to read it.
Great, thank you.
So we'll start with the first staff recommendation, which I believe you also want to add to your motion. Determine that the zoning amendment is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, per the community plan exemption pursuant to the Public Resources Code, PRC, section 21083.3, and CEQA guidelines sections 15183, 15060C, and 15061B3, and introduce and conduct the first reading of ordinance number 1784, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, approving zoning amendment ZA 24-193 to Title 17 zoning of the San Clemente Municipal Code to add Chapter 17.26 objective design standards for multifamily residential and residential mixed-use development, amending Section 17.32.030 residential zone uses, amending Section 17.36.020 commercial zone uses, amending Section 17.40.030 mixed-use zone uses, and amending Section 17.56.090 housing overlay to add certain sites previously identified in the housing element in accordance with California housing laws and the City of San Clemente certified housing element, and finding that the zoning amendment is exempt from CEQA for the per the community plan exemption pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 21083.3 and California Environmental Quality Act guidelines sections 15183, 15060C, and 15061B3. Do we have a second?
All right, is there a second? I think Steve is seconding.
Yeah, I'll second that.
All right. I think we're all ready to vote on it.
Go ahead and vote. And that item carries 5-0.
All right,
Okay.
next item.
Moving right along, item 8C on public hearings is Proposition 218 hearing and consideration of a resolution approving the cost of service study, adopting and setting solid waste collection rates, approving and awarding a second amendment, or a second amended and restated agreement to CR&R Incorporated for solid waste handling services and finding the contract categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And Mayor and Council, at this time, I will let you know that we received 4 written protests from residences, from commercial, or from residential addresses, and 1 property manager sent in 7 protests, or a protest for 7 different commercial properties. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dave Riebensdorf.
This is, yeah, but it's another public hearing, right?
Yes, it's a public
All right,
hearing.
So,
Which, Mr. Mayor, I will note for the record that the number of protests received does not constitute a majority protest under Proposition 218.
all right. So we'll open the public hearing here. You prefer to stand?
I'm hopefully going to be brief here. If not, I can sit down.
Take your time.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dave Riebensdorf, Public Works Director. This evening before the council is a recommendation to set solid waste and recycling rates, and also to approve a second amended and restated agreement between CR&R and the city. I do have a presentation, but rather, given the late hour of the evening, I've just opened it up to questions. Also have city staff here, Dana McIntosh, Environmental Services Coordinator, and several members from CR&R, if the council has any questions.
Why don't you summarize for the public what we're doing?
What we're doing here is we are approving rates and an agreement with CR&R. Customers will receive much of the same services that they currently have, trash, recycling, and organics, 4 bulky item pickups per year, household special waste collection. The contract is a 10-year contract with an option to extend for 2 5-year terms. New to the contract is a multi-family organic service to meet state mandated requirements. Continued use of CR&R's anaerobic digester for composting and natural gas, which really helps the city meet our diversion requirements. New to the contract as well is liquidated damages for non-performance. And CR&R is committed to installing a temporary CNG fueling station at their facility on La Plata, north of the landfill, and to replace their fleet of vehicles as soon as possible. And the rates are based on a median of the 9 South County cities. Residential rates will remain much the same. There's less than $1 increase. Multifamily, multi-cart services will be reduced. They will end up paying the single-family rate. And then the one increase is for commercial accounts that have multi-day service. And for those customers, the belief is that many of them, probably because of their current rates are so low, there's an opportunity for them to look at their trash use and recycling use and right-size their service. So with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Yeah, I do have one question on the issue of the majority protest. Can you help us understand that, or city attorney?
Go ahead.
Either way, but I do want to state, now that the public hearing is open, if the city clerk could read the number of protests.
Yes, we have 4 protests from residential properties and a protest letter for 7 commercial properties from a business owner, or from a property owner, property manager.
So Proposition 218 states that if you have a majority protest, you cannot approve the rates. So the
Majority,
number
the total number of?
the total number of parcels.
Okay.
So the ones received do not constitute a majority. Therefore, the city council may consider adopting the rates as noticed.
All right. Is there any further questions?
I guess I'm just curious, how many parcels do we have? Any idea?
Close to, is it 30,000, I'm not sure right off the top of my head.
The
but it's-
thousands.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's
yeah.
ten-
Yeah, so
tens of-
four- I know, I
tens of
understand more
thousands.
than 4, but yes. I'm just curious, was all.
All right.
I know we have 17,800 water meters in the city, roughly, so.
All right. Any other questions? Discussion? Someone want to make a motion? I'll make it.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve staff recommendation. And I want to commend CR&R. A year ago, they were given a notice of termination with an automatic renewal. And the city, I guess, in my opinion, blew the deadline date, and they were cooperative with the city and said, no, we'll negotiate our rates with you. We want to be good partners. So I was surprised they did that at the time. I thought they could have exercised their rights differently. But anyway, I appreciate their willingness to work with the city, and I'll make a motion that we approve staff recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I don't think I need to read these, do I, Madam Clerk? Or
You do
Madam
not,
Attorney?
no.
Excuse me.
I'll second.
Oh, sorry, beat you to it.
It's already been seconded. Let's call the question then.
And that carries 5-0.
All right. Thank you. Next item?
Yes, 1 second to get there. This is another public hearing. Consideration of a resolution amending the existing Del Mar downtown area underground utility district 02-01, canceling district 02-02, and finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Mayor and council, given the hour, I know that you've been briefed on this. Basically, we're modifying the project. I know you're all very familiar with this. If you have any specific questions, of course, Mr. Ponson can answer those. But I think it's pretty straightforward. It's still going to be a great project. We won't be able to bury as much of the power lines as we had initially intended because the Rule 20A funding is less than what it's going to take to do that larger project. So we're just modifying the amount of power line that will be buried, but it will bury the power line across Del Mar.
For the public's benefit, can you just say where that power line is going to be buried?
You bet. It'll be the alleyway near the eastern portion of Del Mar that crosses the Del Mar roadway. That will be buried across Del Mar, and then it will go again up above ground where it currently is.
That's at the top of Del Mar, correct?
Yes, that's correct, at the top of Del Mar, yes.
All right. Any questions of the city manager?
Make a motion, we approve staff recommendations 1 through 4.
I'll second.
Close public
Press
hearing.
your buttons.
Close public hearing.
Public hearing.
Wait. Do we have any
We
public?
do not have any speakers, but we should open and close the
Oh,
public hearing.
this was a hearing, right?
Yes.
Did we open it? Now we have to close it?
Yes.
Okay, we close it and we
Then I'll make my
have
motion.
discussion and then we'll have a motion now. Sorry about that.
Thank you,
Sorry.
sir.
It's a late hour.
That's right.
So there's, and that carries 5-0.
All
And
right.
let's get to our final public hearing on the agenda, which is public hearing and consideration of resolution number 24-169, approving a revised administrative fee for vehicle removal, impound, storage, or release by the Orange County Sheriff's Department for the traffic violator apprehension program.
All right,
Oh, sorry. Got to open the public hearing. Sorry.
let's open the public hearing.
Sorry, I'm pushing you guys. No, again, the council's been briefed heavily on this. This is basically raising our rates to make sure that when cars are impounded, that we're making sure that we're collecting the right amount of fees to pay for what the county will be charging us for that impound. So without further question.
Is that right? Because you stayed here this long, you might as well just say something. Okay.
He's next. He's next on the agenda.
Do we have any public?
We do not have any public comments on this.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. And do we hear a motion?
I'll make a motion that we adopt staff recommendations 1 and 2.
Sorry, I'll withdraw mine then.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or right here, I'll second it. There we go.
We'll second it. All right. All in favor? Push your button.
That carries 5-0.
No more public hearings.
No more public hearings. Moving on to new business. Just 1 second to get there. Appointment of the city clerk and city treasurer, and introduction, first reading of ordinances making the city treasurer and city clerk positions appointed by the city manager. And we have Administrative Services Director Brower here to present.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brian Brower, Admin Services Director. To give a little bit of background on this, back in November, November of 2022, there was a ballot measure, or multiple ballot measures to set it so that the voters made the city clerk and the city treasurer positions appointed rather than elected. That was approved by the voters, and then at the time, roughly around the same time, the incumbent officers in those positions retired from their positions. And so at the time, the city council appointed individuals to finish out those elected terms, which are now expiring with the November 2024 election. So before you tonight are resolutions appointing the current appointed officials for long-term appointments.
All right. Questions, discussion?
Comments?
Oh, we have a comment.
No.
Public comment on this?
We do not have any public comments, no.
Oh, okay, I thought we did. That's for the next item. All right, any discussion or comments?
Just as the staff recommendation is right now, just to be clear, this will make it so that our city manager will have authority to appoint in the future. Or no, this is just to make sure that it's appointed now.
There are two resolutions making the current appointments of the incumbent officers. There's also a staff recommendation for an ordinance that makes it so the city clerk becomes appointed by the city manager.
And
There's an additional option that the council may add where there's an ordinance that's also identified that can be, that if enacted, would make the city treasurer appointed by the city manager as well.
All right, I'll speak to that. First of all, I'll speak to both issues. First of all, I think we have an extraordinary clerk, and we have an extraordinary treasurer in this city. They're both doing a great job. I think it's appropriate for the city manager to make those appointments. For the most part, their staff. I know there's been some discussion and concern about the treasurer being independent. I can assure you that this treasurer is independent. And if there's a concern, with what the city manager is doing, we always have oversight over the city manager. So we still have control in some sense. I mean, because the other option is reappoint the city clerk and the city treasurer, but it's late for me. But anyhow, I think and support both appointments by the city manager is the appropriate thing to do.
I support the philosophy of the city clerk being appointed. It's an administrative function that can be monitored. I think regarding the treasurer, I'm a little bit concerned about that. Not that there's any current concern, specific concern, only that because of the money involved, the spending power, and then the cutting the check power. The treasurer is not really an auditor, but I think arm's length in the finance area, I think would be beneficial for public oversight, for security, for just any future potential problems. So I like the clerk, I can support that. The treasurer, I'd like the council to make sure that he reports to us as opposed to the city manager. Not that the city manager can't and wouldn't do an excellent job as he has, but I just think for the long-term play, I'm a little more comfortable with having a little independence in the money area.
All right.
I'm in agreement with that.
I'm in agreement with that also. I'm thinking about past city managers.
And we don't know who our future city manager
Yeah,
might
that's
be.
right.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Could happen any day.
All right.
Not what I meant.
All right, well, I think, why don't you move those two items in?
Well, I'm looking to make sure I have this right. I guess I want to approve staff recommendation number 1, And I guess on item 3, I guess is that already clear that, that the city treasurer would be?
That's just appointing him to the office. It's not, it has nothing to
Okay.
do with,
I guess my motion would simply be that the city manager has the power to retain or hire the city clerk, and that the city treasurer be hired by the city council.
Be appointed by the city council.
Be selected by the city council. And I guess we need a protocol to make sure that if there was a vacancy or a resignation, that those resolutions and the resumes and the CVs of potential candidates would come to the council for consideration.
And just for clarification, what is 2.14 of the municipal code? What is that? What does that say?
2.14 of the municipal code is the current ordinance that allows for the city council appointment of the city treasurer.
So that's what we,
it's-
that's what we-
it's
that's what we
basically
want.
status quo, I
So
think is what.
if we
Councilmember
adopt this,
Noblock is
I think
requesting.
we're
if we
doing.
adopt all of them, then that's what we're
Fine.
doing.
The status quo.
Yeah, that's the status
Okay, well,
quo.
then I guess I'll move to approve 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, and.
Do I need to
Councilmember-
read the ordinance?
I was gonna say, would you like me to read it, or do you?
Why don't you go ahead
Okay.
and read that, Madam Clerk?
So again, that was to adopt Resolution 24170. That's staff recommendation number 1. Staff recommendation number 2 is to introduce and conduct the first reading of ordinance number 1783, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending Chapter 2.10 of the Municipal Code of the City of San Clemente to modify Sections 2.10.010 and 2.08.090, vesting authority in the city manager to appoint the city clerk and direct the city manager to make such future appointments going forward. And number 3, adopt Resolution 24-171, appointing Charlie Smith to the office of city treasurer in accordance to Chapter 2.14 of the Municipal Code of the City of San Clemente.
That is my motion.
All right, there's a second. Let's take a vote on it.
Rick, can you hit second? Oh, there it went, okay.
It wasn't there.
There we go.
All right,
And that carries 5-0.
item 10B.
Okay, next item on the agenda, introduction, first reading of an ordinance amending.
Thank you.
Amending Municipal Code Sections 8.48.070, 8.48.090, 1.234, .020, and 1.34.040 related to amplified sound and special event permits, and finding the ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Adam Matamian, Community Development Director. The item before you is a staff-recommended ordinance for introduction. The proposed ordinance updates regulations for special events and noise in San Clemente Municipal Code, Chapter 8.48 Noise Control, and Chapter 12.34 Special Event Permits. These changes are to improve staff's ability to manage amplified sound use in public spaces. The city has received numerous complaints over an extended period of time about the usage of bullhorns and other amplified sound in public spaces that raised question about whether a permit is required to amplify sound in public spaces. Staff has prepared the proposed ordinance to address these limitations of the current code. I will note that the staff report's attachment 2 that was published has been updated. Copies have been provided to the council, and there are copies available for the public inspection at the back of the room. But attachment 2 was the tracked changed version of the proposed amendments, and the track changes didn't show up in the version that was published. The proposed ordinance will amend the definition of special event in Municipal Code Section 12.34.020 to include mention of amplified sound use in the noise criteria for requiring a special event permit, in addition to the existing noise threshold. We also propose the addition of a definition for amplified sound to this chapter for clarification to implement the special event permit process. Additionally, in Chapter 8.48, the noise control section of the municipal code, there are some other cleanups to confirm that amplified sound is not permitted in public, and to clarify it a little bit better as it can be used on private property. And then there are a couple cleanups just to remove some outdated permit references and to update according to the existing sections of the code elsewhere. So I will conclude my presentation on that, and I'm available for any questions. And staff's recommendation is to introduce and conduct a first reading of ordinance number 1785.
All right. Questions? Comments?
So electronic, so like a cheerleader's like megaphone would still be okay to use?
Only with a special event permit.
I mean, like, just like a cone, you know, like if it's not electric or electronic? It's proposed to have for amplified sounds by means.
So so in section amplified, so for the special event permit, what would trigger a special event permit would be amplified sound, which means sound whose volume has been made louder by any electric, electronic, mechanical, or motor-powered means, using equipment like speakers, sound systems, stereos, or bullhorns. So that would not, that would still be allowed. However, there are still noise thresholds that would apply.
I mean, like decibel levels?
Decibel levels,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Anything,
I'll make the motion to introduce and conduct the first reading of ordinance number 1785.
Excuse, I'm sorry, we do have speaker
we have
cards.
Oh, sorry.
Public
All right, my
comments.
bad.
I'll call the three speakers up, Frank Villavazzo, followed by Josie Wright-Kirk, followed by Wayne Eggleston.
Frank is not my son. I mean, it's my dad, it's Wayne that's my dad.
All right.
Oh.
Thank you for staying here so late.
Thank you, Council.
Good evening, Council. My name is Frank Villavazzo, and I'm representing the San Clemente Cove Resort. First of all, I'd like to thank you for cleaning up the overgrowth on the Marine Monument. It looks great over there. The amplified sound near the pier bowl disrupts peaceful atmosphere to our guests and what beachgoers seek. People find the beach a place of relaxation and tranquility. I kindly ask the Council in preserving the environment for everyone to enjoy by approving the proposed ordinance. I'd also like to take this time to thank the city for its ongoing assistance on our past, present projects at the San Clemente Cove.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Chris. Your term, thanks.
Josie, followed by Wayne Eggleston.
Hello, Josie.
I am Josie Reekirk. I'm here as a business owner in the Pier Bowl, and I'm here mainly to strongly support this ordinance. I realize it's not going to prevent people from playing their instruments or singing. It would be helpful if they knew how to sing, but they can't sing, and they definitely don't know how to play a steel guitar. But I do think this ordinance will help enforcement, which is important. And, you know, because I have to call Parks and Rec at the sheriff quite often, and it's numerous events through the years that are very disturbing. So anyway, that's why I'm here. I support it. I hope the council does.
Thank you for staying, too.
It is an interesting evening. I knew nothing about that light thing.
Wayne?
Good evening. Just as a clarification, the cleanup was not at Park Semper Fi. It was on city property on the slope. I asked the city if they could artistically cut back the area on the slope. And as you can see, it was more than artistically, but it was finally done. Thank you. I am supportive of this ordinance. Over the past 2 years, Park Del Mar and the Pier Bowl have become like a circus. People set up their tables and selling merchandise. It's like a swap meet. We really need active code enforcement down there. Amplified music or amplified sound through bullhorns, microphones, and loudspeakers. It sounds like we are in the Huntington Beach Pier area. It's not the content of the message, but the incessant amplification of the noise. This has affected businesses at the hotels and restaurants in the Pier Bowl. It's not business friendly. In fact, at the last Memorial Day ceremony at Park Semper Fi, we could hear loud microphone and speakers from Park Del Mar below us. Thankfully, our swing band overwhelmed them, but my blood pressure went through the roof, as you can imagine, sitting there and hearing that. And by the way, I have to obtain a special activity permit, an amplification permit for any activity at Park Semper Fi. So this is not unusual. Additionally, the picnic tables and spaces around them, which are there for all the public's enjoyment, are taken over for loud amplification purposes. The ordinance is now the accumulation of a number of us speaking at the council during public testimony, and also meeting with the city manager, sheriff's department, code enforcement, and city attorney at Park Del Mar several weeks ago. At that meeting were the Fisherman's, Caterina's, San Clemente Cove, Pier Market, and the Pizza Italian Restaurant. We urge you to support this reasonable resolution and also to start proactive code enforcement in the Pier Bowl area, where we have hundreds of thousands of residents every year. Thank you so very much. Do appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. So I don't think we have any further discussion, but as was mentioned,
Speak into the mic.
yeah, let me get a little bit closer. As was mentioned, enforcement is key, and hopefully we will have that enforcement once we get this on the books. Do you want to make your motion?
I will make the motion to introduce and conduct first reading of ordinance number 1785. And I'll just read it real quick. Entitled, Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending municipal code sections 8.48.070, 8.48.090, 12.34.020, and 12.34.040, relating to requiring a special event permit to allow amplified sound in public spaces and making related minor code clarifications relating to special event permits and noise requirements, and finding the ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Second?
All right.
And that carries 5-0.
Next item.
All right, and we already covered item 10C.
We can reconsider it.
It's been voted on. We're moving on to item 10D, consideration of a resolution awarding a 3-year maintenance services agreement with 2 optional 1-year extensions to Great Scott Tree Service Incorporated, and finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
All right.
I'll sit for this one. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dave Reimbursement, Public Works Director. Before the council this evening is a tree trimming contract to trim approximately 3,800 trees throughout the city annually. An emergency tree trimming as needed, up to $60,000 for trimming or removal. City staff prepared a request for proposal, placed that on Planet Bids. 4 proposals were received. And upon staff review, staff is recommending Great Scott Tree Services Incorporated for the City Council's approval. And I'll open up to any questions.
Any questions? Any public comment?
We do have a couple of public comments.
All right.
Chris Burbidge, followed by Scott Griffiths. Chris?
All right, welcome.
A lot of people in ties tonight.
I know.
Are you an attorney?
Good.
No, I'm not. Chris Burbidge, West Coast Arbors. Thank you, council. Couldn't believe when I was looking at the statistics, but we're rolling up on 4 years since we started doing tree maintenance services for the city of San Clemente. We're very proud of all of the work that we've done, and between enhancing the safety of the city's urban forest, the beauty of it, while learning all of the specific needs of this city and tailoring our services in order to meet those needs. So on behalf of myself, all of the employees of West Coast Arborists, to council, to city staff, and all the residents, thank you for the business. Thank you for the partnership, and we're always here when you need us. So thank you so much.
Thank you much for coming and making that statement. We appreciate everything you did.
Scott Griffiths?
Yeah.
Scott, thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and staff. I'll be quick. So my name is Scott Griffiths. I'm the founder and owner of Great Scott Tree Service. We just wanted to introduce ourselves as well. I've got my VP of Operations and my contract administrator here too. We just wanted to be able to say we're looking forward to working with you. We've already met with Rick and a couple of your employees already yesterday, looking at some of the issues on your palm trees, and we look forward to working with you in the city. We do a lot of other cities, and we do Newport Beach, and we at Manhattan Beach, and we're Seal Beach, and we're in Long Beach. So we do a lot of beach cities, and we're very excited about working with you guys as well.
All right. Did you say you were Great Scott?
That's the name of our company, yes.
But you're not Scott.
I'm Scott, yeah, I am.
So, all right.
You're not affiliated with mediocre Scots,
Not
are you?
mediocre guy.
Okay,
My mom
Is this
came
a-
up with the
is
name
this a
about
Back to
48
the-
years ago, so.
Is this a Back to the Future reference? Like-
Prior to that, we even had the name.
All right. Thank you for your
Council.
comment. And that's it with the public comments? All right. Yes, that's it with the public comments. All right, let's hear a motion. Someone's got a motion, I'm sure. If not, I'll.
Sure, I'll make, or you want to?
No, I'll just make a comment. I mean, I appreciate the effort here. This has been a difficult process, actually, and seems like getting our tree service organized. And I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. I'm not sure that I'm completely comfortable with how that process went and how the scoring was done, so I'm not sure that I'll be supporting of the final result. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Did you make the motion?
I didn't, it's still open for a motion.
It's a motion by Mayor Cabral.
I guess so.
Okay, do we have a second? And did you state your motion? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The motion is adopt resolution number 24-174, which will determine that the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under Class 1, existing facilities 14 CC&R 15301, Section 15301 of the state CEQA guideline. Do you want to read two? You don't need to read. Okay.
As
All
long
right,
as we're
that's
adopting
enough.
the resolution. So we have a motion by Mayor Cabral to adopt staff recommendation, and then is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Noblock. And that carries 4-1 with Councilmember Duncan voting no.
Okay.
Next item on the agenda is consideration of revising policy and procedure 1201-8 relating to legislative body reimbursement.
Mayor and Council, I would like to clarify that this item is being brought forth for your consideration by the city manager. This has not been proposed by any of the city council members. I would point out on the agenda, a number got transposed there, and we're looking to repeal policy and procedure 1208-1 and adopt a new policy and procedure 1208-1 rather than 1201-8. So I just wanted to clarify that very quickly. But basically, there are two items here that we're talking about, training and travel and then council reimbursement. On the training and travel, the first thing that we would like to point out is that in the budget, each council member has been assigned $3,000 for training and travel. And so the city council now has a limit on what they can spend on the training and travel, and that has been included in the budget that was adopted by the city council, so we're consistent with that. The second item that we are proposing is that the city council modify how they get reimbursed for at least the travel and meals and parking and the other expenses that you have when you travel within 50 miles of the city of San Clemente. Right now, what happens is that the city council submit reimbursements for every one of those, and we may have a reimbursement for $10 or $12 that can take hours to process, and it doesn't make a lot of sense. In fact, we're probably in a lot of cases, it's costing us more to process that reimbursement than essentially what's being reimbursed. So what we are suggesting is that in looking at the costs associated with being a council member for both your mileage around town, the meals around town, the meetings that you go to within 50 miles of the city, we are proposing that there be an expense reimbursement for the city council of $450 for the mayor per month, $400 for the council members per month. I think that is in line, and probably, as you know, we're much lower in our council compensation than almost certainly any city in the county. I know that that's been somewhat uncomfortable for the council members. This is being proposed by the city manager. I think that it is appropriate. I also think it's going to help our staff because it's upwards of at least 10 hours per month that we're spending on these reimbursements, and we need that time back. So unless there's any questions of me, that would be staff's recommendation.
Any questions? Discussion? Nothing?
Well, I've been hit numerous times for seeking to increase the compensation that city council gets, always after the end of my term. This is the same. I think this not only helps staff efficiency, it adequately compensates council members for their expenses and time, and I think all of that helps support getting the best folks to apply and run for a city council. So I think this is a great idea. Happy to support it. Again, I won't be receiving any of the benefit of it, but I do think it's the right decision for the council now and into the future.
Rick?
Well, yeah, it's tough when after taxes, it's like $300 a month, and I know it's costing me money to do this. It has the last 18 months, and while it's fine to do it for free, or most people to do it for free, but I think having to pay to do this is a little bit not the best thing. And like Chris said, for it's never going to be something you're going to do for the money anyway, of course, but I don't think with the hours that we put in that we should be paying for the opportunity to do it. And I think going forward, since the $400 a month that council's always gotten has been 22 years, I think it's been going on. So that's 32. Is it long? It could be longer. I mean, so I think that this is well deserved of all the council people that I've worked for and known have earned every dime of this. So I will be supporting it also.
Yeah. City Manager, could you help explain this? Because a lot of it has to do with the cost. And I'm going to just give you an example of my travel today. I had to go out to Santa Ana this morning for an 8 o'clock breakfast. I came back, went up to the dog park to see where I wanted to know where that place was and where that park was going. Came to the City Hall for a meeting that I had scheduled. Then went out to the pier to look at what's being done on the beaches. Then I had a meeting with the baseball group here at City Hall. Then I went home. Then I came back for this meeting. Well, actually a briefing first and then a meeting. So what would traditionally happen, and I don't ever do it, but because I know that it's so expensive for the city, is I could theoretically say, okay, staff, this is where I've traveled. They would have to then track everywhere I traveled on a map and find out how many miles that was, and then I would get reimbursed the mileage for that, right? And how much time and expense do you think that entails?
So in speaking with Courtney, who does most of that work, that can be at least 10 hours a month of her time. So you're talking probably a day at least out of a month, and that doesn't include, then we have finance where you've got to cut the check and some of those kinds of things. It's a very inefficient process. Not only that, what we find is that council members, most of you are not reporting a lot of your expenses because it's very difficult to remember all the things that you do. I think, look, council members are, I think all of you were surprised by how much work that goes into being a council member before you were elected. I think you thought you knew how many meetings you'd go to and how much time you would spend. I think all of you have probably been surprised about how much time and effort and expense goes into being a council member. So all we're trying to do is we wouldn't ask any of our employees to voluntarily, spend their own money to do work-related items, and we shouldn't ask the council to do that either.
So I guess my real question then is that even for the costs of, let's say somebody has to go to a meeting that's 4 miles, how much would it cost to, and you're entitled to that $2 or $3, how much would it cost to process that?
So to process that would probably take somewhere around an hour. And, for the quintessential employee, when it's all inclusive of health benefits and salary and overhead and whatnot, you're probably in the $75 an hour range. So you're probably going to cost you about $75 to reimburse you that $4.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to avoid. Right now, I think I am pretty confident we're going to be money ahead by giving an allowance than keep processing these $5 or $10 or $15 mileage checks when it costs us more than that to process those checks.
And to Rick's point, I just don't think I don't have the time to report them all, so I don't, and I don't, I just don't charge. I just eat those costs. But, I think I put twice as many miles in my 2 years as a city councilman than I had in the 2 years prior, maybe 3 times as many miles, because you're always going somewhere. But anyhow.
I'll definitely add that I lose money every month being on council.
What's the cost of that electric bike to cruise around?
Oh, the electric bike, yeah, no, sure. But hey, even with the I'm not charging the city for the electricity that I'm using to charge my car for when I go these other areas. But on top of that, there's other added costs that I can't charge the city for this, but I take time off of work, and that's my hours that I'm losing to serve the city. Now again, I'm not going to ask to be reimbursed for that, but it's nice to at least have.
You can ask.
Yeah, no. But it's nice to just say, all right, this is the time that we are using going from spot to spot to spot. At least that is appreciated. So yes.
All right. Steve, anything to add? All right. Is there a motion then?
Well, I'll make the motion. Is it to accept staff recommendation on item 10E?
Yes.
That's my motion.
All right.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right.
And you should have a prompt to vote, but we're having, again, some technical difficulties. It did. I see it coming up now. Okay. And yes, and that carries 5-0.
All right.
Okay.
Next item.
Next item on the agenda is establishment of city council meeting schedule for 2025 and early 26 in consideration of adopting a resolution modifying the start time of city council meetings. So Mayor and Council, what I'm bringing before you tonight is a little bit different than what we've done in years past when we established the city council meeting schedules. Historically, we've canceled one meeting in July and one meeting in August. What we are recommending this year is taking a legislative break for the entire month of July. That sort of aligns more with school schedules now. School starts earlier, so we've found that many people, including council, take their vacations during the month of July. So that's one item for consideration. And then what we've done this year is consolidate the December meetings, we did it last year as well, into one meeting the second week of the month. And I would like to propose that moving forward. That allows for, on election years, we can ensure that the election results are certified. We don't have to call a special meeting to appoint new council members. It also allows the mayor an opportunity to serve an entire year, including some of those holiday events that sometimes they miss depending on when that first meeting is. And then also to solidify canceling the first meeting in January, which we also have historically done. Finally, this is a new proposal on the table, and that is to change the start time of the city council meetings to have closed session begin at 4 o'clock and the regular business meeting start at 5 o'clock. A good example was tonight with all the students in the room. We'd get them out of here a little bit earlier. So that's something for your consideration as well. Parents that you have to get home to kids, do homework, things like that. So those are the options on the table. We can go one by one if you'd like.
Well, unless there's issues with any of them,
My only recommendation is instead of the 4 o'clock time to 4:30. That way, people getting off at 5 o'clock.
Thank you.
At least have 30 minutes to get here for the start of a council.
all right, I think, does anybody have an issue with that? Yeah.
Would that be acceptable, you think?
Yeah.
Did I hear 4:30? I'm sorry.
4:30, yeah.
Yes, that's absolutely fine. This is up to council whether or not. And we actually just received 2 speaker comments while I was fixing
right.
you. And then the final thing to discuss here is the city council meeting in January of 2025. We're recommending moving that back 1 week to January 14th, 2025. So with those items all out on the table, I will call the 2 speakers. We have Amanda Quintanilla and Tony Rubolino. So Amanda first, and then Tony.
This is on the consent. They're speaking.
No, this is on this
This is
item.
on 10F, okay.
Anna asked that we just swap so she can prep a little bit. No worries. All good. Okay, so I get the idea. This agenda is slammed. This is huge. And there are some times where I'm on my way over here to sometimes not even speak, just to be a part of the meeting and just kind of hear what's going on. It's always better firsthand versus online. And on my way over, the meeting wraps up and it's maybe shortly after 7 p.m. So there were huge fluctuations in the length of the meetings. I think one of the problems is that there are poor solutions perhaps that are in place, such as, let's say the beginning of this month, the meeting was canceled on Election Day. That's a very reasonable thing to cancel so that it's a big day that we can all be a part of. But why not just shift the 2 down so that they're down a couple of weeks? What I'm getting at is why not shoot for as close to a consistent average as possible, having the 2 meetings per month. I think the issue is that when you get too many once a month meetings, then you have agendas like this, which are just crazy. Now, granted, they're important issues. They're all very relevant things that need to be addressed and need your attention, and they're all important. But I think what I'm getting at is I'd like to see if we can get the twice a month as consistent as possible. And if something needs to be canceled, like the beginning of January, just shift it down so that it's on 2, so you still get your 2 meetings per month, just shift it down. And then as far as the start time, I'm not a fan of that because the closed session starts at 5. If you end up needing more time for closed session, maybe just bump it up and start at 4 or 4:30 for that. But I really feel like the open session times really need to be open at 6 o'clock. So that people can get here after work, and that for those meetings that are ending shortly after 7, they'd be ending shortly after 6 perhaps. And then you'd cut out a huge, vast majority of the population of the city that can't even attend. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with Tony on that. Excuse me. So this is a loaded agenda, and it is a concern. And I noticed that the Planning Commission meeting was caught on a hot mic, which they said who loaded this agenda? We made it happen. This is loaded. We only can go until 10 o'clock. So it happens with planning commission meetings, it happens with city council meetings where there's so much agenda items. I called staff before I came. I had some questions, and that staff member, or I won't mention this person's name, but was just so busy in, preparing for this city council meeting. And that is a big, huge concern, because we really want top performance from our staff, city staff, and that really makes a difference. We had marathon meeting, to 2 a.m. in the morning, and I don't think we should be putting that burden on our residents. So I really think that we need to have the same time frame, maybe 4:30 for closed session, but start at 6 o'clock for the regular city council meeting. I think it's really imperative. Not all people work from an 8 to 4 p.m. kind of schedule. So, sometimes people do work 9 to 5 or 6 to 6, but we really need some time for that oral communications for, part 2. Also, we need to maximize the city council meetings, because every month, we need those city council meetings. There's so many things that come up on a month-to-month basis, and we really need to have these people, even if it's, the more meetings that we have, the lesser time that we have to address all these agenda items. And at the end of the day, people are really tired and exhausted, and they have families to go to. And plus, we have, our wonderful sports. We have our students that come in, and let's, have that opportunity for them to be here as well. So the more city council members, the better. More oral communication part 2, the better. And I really think that we need to keep it as is, but let's move up the closed session to 4:30 if you need more time, because sometimes it's just only one lawsuit that needs to be addressed, or one closed session agenda item, and we really don't need to be there, or city council members don't need to be there at 4, and it could be at 5. But I think that's what's been working for a while. But thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you.
So the way it is now with this reschedule, it's going to be like one meeting in December and one meeting in January. Yeah, well, having 2 one-meeting months in a row is problematic. Every time that we've done that, we've come back and ended up 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I think that is a problem. Having one meeting in December, I think that's good. I'm a little bit concerned about having one meeting in January. The time frame, I think it's true. It's less accessible, the earlier we make it. I have no problem with the compromise of 4:30 and starting it at 5:30, and we'll see how it goes. If there's a problem, we could always, revert back, but I think that's fine. But yeah, and we don't know, we can't anticipate these agendas. That's one of the problems too. We don't know when we're going to have a light one, we're going to have a heavy one, and when we just schedule one meeting 2 months in a row, I think that's an issue. I mean,
what about the no meeting
in July?
July.
Well, in the past, the summer seems to have been lighter. Just looking at the meetings, how long we're here. A lot of people are on vacation. We seem to be able to schedule it. For vacations and all that, I think that's fine to have at least a month in the summer, but the rest of the months, Christmas is fine, but we need to have 2 meetings a month the rest of the time. That's my opinion. I will certainly defer to anybody else, but, this meeting's even too long. Really. It's
You're
pretty
not
heavy.
having fun?
I am having fun. No, it's too long for the people who want to come and listen to it, for sure. And look, we had kids in here that we had to shuffle it around to try to get everybody heard. But, 6 public hearings is just, not great. So anyway, I'll compromise on the 4:30, and we'll see how it goes. And I just, like I say, having 2 months in a row of one meeting a month, I think is problematic. We're going to get behind, and it seems like we never catch up.
All right. I would, to the 4:30, I think the thinking there, I don't know, I didn't create it, but it was that 4:30 to 5:30, we have closed session. And normally when we start our meeting, we sometimes spend 20 minutes with, with prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance, awards. So the meeting really doesn't start until, a little bit before 6. So, there is a chance for the public to come here and the meeting would essentially start at 6, even though, that's not the real start time. But I think that was the thinking there, just.
No, I say, I'm fine with the compromise of 4:30.
Yeah.
No problem at all.
On the issue of, I guess we could, there's various reasons that this was a heavier agenda. We didn't, there was a lot of things that we, for various reasons, weren't ready in the last month, and so we wanted to get it done with the city council. And December, traditionally, we don't do a lot of business. And so we pushed up all that stuff into this month because it's a new city council. You don't want to overload a new city council because you don't know what you're doing yet.
No idea.
So.
Yeah, the December one I have no problem with. I just think, December you get behind and then you just have one meeting in January and all this.
I'm thinking two meetings in January is fine. I'm looking at the dates. I'm trying to think, looking at the dates for January of 2026. I'm back in session by then anyway. Kids are back in session. I'm fine doing January 6th and January 20th.
I'm not in town, though. It's.
Of 2026, you're out of town?
The 6th, we won't have,
26?
there won't be
25,
anybody to
25.
prepare packets.
What's that?
There won't be anybody to prepare a packet for January 6th.
For January, oh, I see, that's.
So, yeah, I will say, council previously, we can add it back to the schedule, but last year, we did cancel the meeting for January 6th, 2025. And, yeah.
That's because no one's around in the office.
No,
the week
nobody's
before.
here,
That
yeah.
makes sense.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I was telling you, 2025.
All right.
So,
What's the furlough time?
it varies each year, but it's Christmas.
Oh, okay,
New
just
Year's.
the week
So,
between, okay. That
maybe
makes.
the council could compromise and we could have the 2 meetings in December and then one meeting in January.
You'd have to in January, just.
Yeah, it'd be the
You just have
It'd
to
be the,
adjust it.
a little bit confusing with.
it'd be the 2nd and 4th.
No, the staff need a time off there as much as anyone. That I'd be fine doing. I understand what you're saying. Doing one meeting a month, that many months in a row,
Two in a row, that's the problematic.
and we're
part.
essentially doing 3 in a row this time around because we're doing 1 month, 1 in November, 1 in December, 1 in January. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I understand. I don't know. I'm okay I'm okay either way. I would defer to the rest of
Well, if
council.
the schedule doesn't work out to have them, then we can't do it.
Just not a lot of time in January.
Yeah, there's not. When we start getting backed up, we'll have to start thinking about calling special meetings or something to try to clear the agenda so we don't just keep on getting backed up.
Yeah, and we have done that in the past.
Right.
If, over summer, if we have a legislative break and an item comes up that needs immediate action, we most certainly have called special meetings in the past.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
I'm fine with staff recommendation then.
Okay, so just to,
And with moving it to 4:30.
Yeah, moving it to 4:30.
okay, so just to recap, council has agreed to cancel the July meetings going forward as a regular legislative break. Again, just for this coming January, this is to reschedule the January 21st meeting to January 14th. And then we're going to hold December meetings, the second meeting in December, and we'll adopt the resolution. We can always bring it back if it doesn't work, schedule special meetings, but we'll adopt that schedule. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
That's what we're hearing.
Okay. And with that, for the adjustment of the 4:30 start time for
Yes.
closed session, 5:30 business meeting, and again, we can always make that adjustment.
Absolutely.
Okay, do we have a motion on that?
All right, so I'll make the motion to accept staff recommendation with the change of starting at 4:30 PM.
Okay.
All right.
Is there a
I'll second it.
That carries 5-0.
No, I voted no.
Oh, I'm sorry,
He opposes it.
right up top, I see it.
Trying to get out
I'm
easy.
sorry.
I agree with the speakers. These guys are trying to make life too easy on them.
My apologies, Councilmember Duncan, I didn't see that. Okay. And moving on to the consent calendar, I do have one public comment on consent.
All right, yeah, let's hear the, who's the public?
Amanda Quintanilla.
All right, Amanda.
And she's speaking on item 11D.
Correct. Regarding the proposal for parking at, along on Avenida Aragon regarding Las Palmas Elementary. The residents of Avenida Aragon are concerned about safety on the street, such as that residents applied for traffic calming measures and speed humps. But we were informed that we did not have enough signatures and we were below the requirements. We understand that safety is of paramount importance. We want safe loading zones, and we have seen circumstances of people double parking, blocking driveways. They're parked in front of our trash cans, and people make U-turns in the driveways despite that there are no driveway turnaround, no U-turn signs throughout Avenida Aragon. I spoke to a couple of residents that did not receive any notifications, so that is a concern. One person is on one of the committees, so she did not receive any notification. One of the concerns regarding the delays is that the crossing guard really speaks, I think it's more social hour when she's crossing the children, and there's a lot of delay in that. So that's what is backing up traffic in some areas on Avenida Aragon. And so that's the major concern. And this has been brought up to the attention to the Capistrano Unified School District years ago. So it's not something that's new. I spoke to other residents on Aragon, and one main concern is that this change will prevent people from parking outside the drop-off pickup times. So it's okay during the 3-minute parking for the top drop-off times or pickup times, but throughout the day, there should be some allowable parking for the residents there. One of the residents a couple people lived in apartments, and it's tough for them they have 2 cars, and so they rely on street parking, so they do need that parking to get in and out. And these are people that are, blue-collar workers that really do need that parking space. So what is being proposed is to create a 134-foot-long 3-minute passenger loading zone on the south side of Avenida Aragon. The 3-minute parking prohibitions will be restricted from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. only on school days. And currently, the ordinance parking shall be limited to 1 hour between the hours of 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 on school days. So that's the ordinance that they're already existing. So right now, if you just keep it the 1 hour and then just limit the time for drop-off times, that will be, it will help, residents in that area. But thank you so much for your support. Thanks.
All right, I'll move the consent item unless there's any discussion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Any,
And you're moving item 11D?
we didn't have any comments except for the one.
You're moving the entire consent calendar?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. All right. And that carries 5-0?
I don't think we've.
I don't think we haven't voted.
Okay, yeah, it's, well.
We can do ayes.
I'm-
You know what happens when you assume?
No, it's, sorry, it's a little glitchy here. Okay, I'm putting, I've got Mayor Cabral. There was a second by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer. I can,
You have my name on the screen there for some reason.
you say it's not coming on the screen?
No,
It's on,
It's,
There we go.
it's right now.
All right.
all right, and it does carry 5-0. All
Next
right.
item. Oral communications.
It's there. Next item on the agenda is oral communications. I don't have any speaker cards.
I do have one. Just in time.
Good. Well, how about that election, huh? Wow, that was just stellar. That was a complete repudiation of liberal government. The social justice agenda is dead. So Angela Watts, I know she was here at the very beginning. She had the full Democratic machine humming on all cylinders. She had Mike Levin, who arguably is unfaithful to the democratic process as he tried to oust Joe Biden after securing the primary. She had, let's see, VaxPass Katrina Foley stumping for her. She had some random city council member from Laguna Niguel out knocking on doors for her and still came up short. And she had the Democratic Women of South Orange County. She had Planned Parenthood. All of it failed. Mark, you were there. Chris, you were there. None of it mattered. She still failed. So, and I don't even know if she's going to be back for some of the meetings. Well, guess we'll have to see. We even had Councilman Noblock blasted at the dais here because he prayed at a church over some trustee candidates. I mean, the left has gone so far extreme that a man can't pray in private. I mean, it's absolutely absurd. So now I'd like to get on to, actually, and I'd like to say, prayer does work. The board's been flipped. Success there. Now, Councilman Duncan, I guess since you were so liberal with the mayoral title, even though it didn't have any relevance to you, I guess I will equally use the assemblyman title since it has no value in association with your name as well. So Assemblyman Chris Duncan, you've already filed for the 2026 campaign. I guess maybe fourth time's a charm, not sure. We'll see what happens there. That most people, when they lose an election, will go ahead and just call and concede to their opponent. Has that happened yet? Are you planning on doing it? Or are you waiting for more San Diego votes to pull in? I'm not really sure. But I think that when you have someone who is slamming their opponent because she missed some votes so that she could be with her dying mother on hospice, I mean, what kind of a man does that? In my opinion, no man at all. There is a lack of class and decorum. So if we look at Transparency USA, man, we're talking 1.74 million doled out to Left Hook Communications, 400,000 to street level campaigns. I mean, this was big, big money for a assembly campaign, and it all came up short. So in the end, I would like to congratulate Assemblywoman Davies on her successful re-election. And then, Mark, we've got 2 years to go through all of your deleted Twitter account. Looking forward to that. So there we go.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Wonderful way to win graciously.
No additional comments under oral communications. Next item is future agenda items.
Yeah, I have one real quick, and this isn't going to be that daunting because I've already had conversation with Samantha. I'd like to agendize reevaluating the pickleball hours at San G and the access there. I lived there, and I think it's dropped off quite a bit because more people are going to Steed and the hours and all that. I'd just like to, if we could agendize just taking a look at that, and might not be any changes, but just take a look at that.
So I'll second to agendize that.
Yeah, I'll third.
Yeah, thank you.
I have one item. you know, there was just some discussion regarding the election and the campaigning and so forth. I was a little concerned about the use of the mayor in the recent assembly race. You know, we have laws that say you can't use a police uniform, a fire department uniform in a political ad because that's taking the value and the gravitas of the position and using that for public purposes. And while we're all elected officials, we all have certain jobs. But when someone says they're an official when they're not that particular official, that's kind of like stolen valor. We have laws on that. And I think maybe we need to consider a policy. We eliminated our ethics committee a number of years ago for some reason, but maybe we ought to consider an ordinance of some sort to prevent those of us that are elected from embellishing our position beyond what it actually is. So I would ask staff to consider an ordinance that would prevent someone from representing that they have a position of mayor, mayor pro tem, or whatever, when they don't really have it. And I think we saw that in the last election, and I asked Mr. Duncan if he had done that, and he said no, but I saw a number of examples in social media and various meetings where that was the case, including political flyers. So I think maybe perhaps we should take a look at that.
Well, I'll second it, but I hope to get a third because I'd like to look at the protocol of what that is, because I know there's protocols like once you're a governor, you're always the governor. Once you're a something, I just want to see what the protocol actually is on that. And I don't know if it's just gratuitous or if it's
No,
something
I think
really
that's
to
a
it.
valid, that's a valid point. We need to consider that as well.
Okay, so for that, I hope I get a third because I'd like that to be looked at.
To look at it, yeah, I'll give it a third. Any other?
Oh, I have my,
So yes, under reports, commissions and committees, I believe.
sorry, yeah,
Mayor Pro
future
Tem.
agenda, no more future.
No
agenda
more
items.
future agenda. Okay. So moving on.
Next.
All right. Yeah, so this
you're
is,
doing- oh, okay,
this
you're
is
going.
commissions and committees, yeah. Just a quick report from the CASA, the animal shelter. This is May, a spayed female German Shepherd. This is the dog of the month. About 10 years old, has been at the shelter since August 20th, 2024. A sweet gal looking for a forever family to call her own. She loves walks on the San Clemente Beach Trail and cuddling up on the couch for movie night. So encourage you, if you're looking for a dog, go check out May.
With leash or off leash?
Don't know.
All right. Let's, is that the end of it?
That's the end, yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Given the late hour, we'll just move on to the next item.
Council subcommittee updates?
I have updates, but I'm going to move them on to the next meeting.
Defer, okay. City attorney?
I have nothing to report, except it's a pleasure to serve the city of San Clemente. Thank you.
All right.
City
Travel
manager?
safe to New Zealand in the morning.
City manager?
Nothing, Mayor.
All right. Is it a pleasure to serve the city?
It used to be.
Used to be, not today.
It was until about 10 o'clock.
All right. Someone want to move to adjourn?
Yeah.
I'll move to adjourn.
All right, thank you.
What's the next meeting date?
I can announce that for you if you'd like.
December 10th.
City clerk.
The next regular city council meeting is scheduled to take place on December 10th, 2024. Closed session will begin at 4:30 based on the newly adopted resolution, and the regular business meeting will begin at 5:30 PM. The meeting will take place in the council chambers located at 910 Cali Negocio, second floor, San Clemente.
We'll see you there.
All right.
Thank you.
I didn't vote yes.
Did we vote? Yes.